everybody. Again, feels like it has been forever, and not all at the same time, given how much work has been going on and how long these meetings are. Thank you all so much for your feedback, certainly for your bullet points, your commentary. Greatly appreciated. Nancy and I are super appreciative of that. Let's do our normal calling our meeting to order. This is a hybrid meeting. It's conducted in person and remotely over Zoom. Attendance by members may be in person or remote, and both types of attendance shall count toward quorum. This meeting is being broadcast live and recorded on ECAT. These mics are very sensitive, so always remember that. If you are online and you want to raise your hand, reach out. Sean, I take it you're in charge of the Zoom. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We'll lean heavily on you. If we lean towards Dottie, I think we're in trouble. No offense, but appreciate you taking care of that for us. And appreciate anybody in the public that is joining us. Again, appreciate your participation and helping us achieve our committee goals. With that, I will take a roll call, and I'll get my nice lengthy list. If I say your name, you could say present. That would be great. Dottie Folgenetti. Here. Jen Starr. Not online. Patrick Helen.
Present.
Connor Reed.
Present.
Alicia Cabral. Online.
She's online.
Excellent. Wendy.
Present.
Gale?
I apologize.
No
Present.
worries. Hi, Alicia.
Wendy will be joining us after my break.
Perfect. Andrea will not be joining us tonight. Kathy Millett.
Present.
Marissa Sousa.
Present.
Tom Broussard is present. James Hamilton.
Present.
Denise Higgins.
Present.
Chris Mills.
Present.
Jocelyn Byers.
Present.
Nancy Donahue.
Present.
Chris Aker, alternate at large.
Present.
Chris, thank you for joining. Good to see you. Chris Cohn, also alternate at large. Thank you so much. Welcome. Which slots are for the people presenting? Is Chris in one of those spots?
No.
No,
The two
good.
black chairs are for both presenters.
Perfect. Thank you. Amy Meehan, I think, is online. If you could say present, Amy, that would be great. No worries. If you at some point want to say hi, Amy, that would be great. And I can never say this person's first name.
Present, sorry.
No worries. Good to see Amy. I only know her as Mrs. Dever David. Full disclosure, my daughter's kindergarten teacher, so fondness. But it's great to see you, Sheila. Right? Thank you so much.
That's the whole
Appreciate you.
right there.
So if I could, I think in terms of member at large, Tom, Jim, Denise, Chris, and Jocelyn are all here. That means that Chris Aker and Chris Cohn, while we welcome your feedback, you can't vote for what we passed tonight. So appreciate you guys being alternates. Sometimes it's a thankless job, but it's appreciated because of your input. So thanks for being here. On the alternate educators side, I think we have our Kathy and Marissa are the two. So again, same thing applies. Thank you so much, Sheila and Amy, for being here and giving us the benefit of your input and your knowledge. But as alternates and a full slate, I can't let you vote on tonight's meeting. Hopefully everybody understands that. Whew. With that, continued preamble. So tonight, a couple things. One, I will be sending around some information, but just by way of general update. And I think, Connor, you had one that I did not write down and I forgot. So I'm going to say my updates, and whatever I miss, if you could fill me in, that would be great, or fill us in. But one, I did want people to know there was a really neat school notification. The school folks can probably talk a lot more about this than I can, but there was an article. I saw it on businessinsider.com. Thank you for sharing it with the team. No Adam Partner District, Easton Public Schools scores double-digit lead on state science test. And that led to, and I'll share this again, but Connor put together a great combination of our enrollment and 2024 MCAS performance. So there's just some good results that are going on there, outperformance, and just again, trying to raise awareness about all issues in town. And that seemed to be, once again, reinforcing we seem to be doing very well by way of teaching our kids and giving them opportunities and great partnerships and all that other good stuff.
Chair?
Oh,
Sorry, may I make a comment about that?
Please do, because I probably did a poor job. So thank you for jumping in.
No, you did a great job. No, you did a great job. I just want, and thank you for bringing it up. I just wanted to make sure that I gave a shout out to the faculty members that are utilizing those new programs. It's very difficult to begin a new program. I don't want to, and you certainly didn't do this, but I don't want to make it sound like, oh, we got a bunch of new resources and it made marked difference. It's only as good as the professionals using it. And it was a tremendous amount of work for all of them to get trained and to work with those programs and learn many new things. And they've obviously done a remarkable job. I know that, you know, I've talked about the dedication of our staff and the fact that they bring so much to the children of Easton with the resources that they have. This was definitely an investment, this resource, but again, it is just a resource. It's about the teachers and the administrators that work so hard to make it work with the students.
I appreciate that, Alicia, Dr. Cabral. Thank you so much. Next thing, I'm going to be sending a spreadsheet that thankfully Jen Starr isn't here because she was kind enough to pull it together at just after our last meeting and sent it over. But there was a question, not a question, but we were talking about how we in the Boston Magazine ranked 35th for across the state. And what she very quickly did using data and info sources was to pull all of the top, I think it's the top 40, and then map us regarding class size, student-teacher ratio, MCAS performance, ELA, math, SciTech, average SAT, ELA, math, graduation rate, percent attending college, educator evaluations, percent proficient. No idea what that is, but you get the point. There's a lot of stuff in this. So when you get it, you'll be able to compare our high school, Oliver Ames, in this particular example with this particular data set. As we've all found, there's tons of comparisons, but somebody asked for this and she whipped it up on the fly. I did think it was interesting. We went from 56th in 2023 to 35th in 2024. So that's pretty impressive. There was one other thing, right, Connor?
Just a reminder of that. We have town meeting in 12 days. So PASE obviously has an informational update at town meeting that I know the chair and the vice chair are going to talk about their planned kind of summary pitch with the committee at the end of the meeting tonight. But also wanted to plug for this committee in particular that like to see everyone there. One of the things that's come up in some of the comparative analyses that we've done is what has Easton done as far as incentivizing new growth? How have we performed as far as residential versus commercial development opportunities and tax revenue to sustain our services into the future? One of the articles that's on that docket, although it's a zoning article, it's a kind of procedural step necessary to effectuate the select board's award of the sale of the former center school, which is currently proposed to be abated, demolished, and redeveloped as an indoor-outdoor soccer multi-sport complex, a commercial one, which is obviously a great not only athletic and recreational opportunity, one that we've heard from folks for a long time they would hopefully be excited about, but it would take a property that, having been formerly a school, paying no taxes, and put it on tax rolls for commercial development, job creation, and hopefully that sounds like stuff we've been talking about here, and hope to see you all there. So.
Cool. With that, if there are no other general updates that folks have tonight, super excited to have, I guess, the town government side of our leadership of our police, fire, community health services, and public works leadership here to walk us through, you know, what's going on in their departments, what's going on in their world, help us understand and correlate the expense and spend and the financial impacts that they have with the real world of what they're seeing, what they're doing, the services they provide, and how they impact our residents' lives. So we're going to go through all of those tonight, if that's okay. The reason I say it this way is because there's a lot of interdependencies that I'm sure will come up between them as they talk about supporting each other in the services they provide. And thus, by hearing all of them speak, we'll probably get those learnings of interdependencies on the fly. And then afterwards, we can probably ask some more direct questions. They'll all stay. They'll all be available. So please don't think that you won't have an opportunity to engage. So with that, I will pass the mic over to the team. And again, thank everybody for coming in tonight. I know you all have full, very busy day jobs, but know that we value this time with you immensely. It enables us to communicate with the residents about what is going on in your departments. explain the value proposition, perhaps from our layman's eyes, so to speak, and just again share the good story of everything that you folks have going on. So it's appreciated for your time.
Thank you, Tom. John, can we do the screen share for the presentation, please? Awesome, thank you. So before I turn it over to our department heads of the town's 4 largest departments, I just wanted to give a brief recap of the town government's overall operating position that we touched on earlier in the work of PASE. So just as from a 10,000-foot perspective, when we say town government, we're talking about the town operating departments. So fiscal 25 town operating budgets, in order to balance the budget, are at a slightly below service level from what we were doing in fiscal 24. And in order to balance our departmental budgets, we reduced expenses by 10% across the board in all those departments, impacting training, repair and maintenance budgets, supply budgets, and we also reduced staff in the police department by 1 officer following a retirement heading into fiscal 25. We've talked about this a lot. I just want to take the opportunity to reinforce that that's not reflective of the need of the community or of these departments, but just the town has to balance the budget. And we need to cope with the revenue realities that we've been facing for some time. The town department budget, up here on the screen you can see, is the orange slice of the pie, 21%. That includes all municipal services at Town Hall, Frothingham Hall, Public Safety, Public Works. That makes up 21% of Easton's general fund budget, behind fixed costs, which are, some are not attributable to departments, other are school fixed costs, other are town fixed costs. Fixed costs are 29% of our general fund spend, and public schools are 50%. When you break that down further to the 4 largest departments on the town operating side, who are represented here tonight, you'll see that fire, police, public works, and health and community services comprise 16 of those 21% of the town's general fund budget devoted to town operations. Public works also, so this is the general fund budget, and this is great for me because that's basically exactly $100 million, so it's pretty easy to guess what the budget numbers are there. We have enterprise funds, which are fee-based services, things like trash, recycling, water. Public Works also manages $9.3 million in annual enterprise programs that are outside of the general fund. And because those are user fee-based, those aren't directly related to the kind of recurring tax and state aid revenue posture. This is the town's staffing history. So talking about how these 4 departments are 16 of 21%, 16 of that out of 21% that makes up the town departments, you'll see that reflected in our staff levels. As like the schools, our departmental operating budgets are overwhelmingly driven by personnel rather than expense budgets. And so you'll see that the large majority of our personnel on the town side are in these 4 departments of public works, public safety, health and community services. If you take fiscal 20, which we've been using in many cases as our kind of pre-pandemic baseline, our total staffing in those 5 years has increased by 3.6 FTE, from 169.05 pre-COVID to 172.65 in the current year. This reflects the planned reallocation of resources away from local dispatch. You'll see, among other cuts to positions in fiscal 21, a large amount of those cuts were dissolving local dispatch and moving to a regional model, and then reallocating those resources to address historic understaffing in public safety, works, and health, excluding reactive and essential increases relating to risk management, elections, which obviously have changed quite a bit since then, and inspectional services. As we've touched on in our previous meetings, and I just want to recap here again, and you'll hear it from these departments, every town department in Easton spends fewer dollars per capita than the average of our peer communities and our neighboring towns. Many departments, particularly health and community services and general government, spend nearly or even less than half of the amount on these public services when compared to their peers. None of these departments, nor the public schools, spend at the average per capita rate of peer communities or neighboring communities. And again, I don't say any of this to cast doom and gloom or proclaim the sky is falling, but it's really important as we do our work and talk about where we are as a community, how do we think about sustainability when it comes to services. And you hear from these departments tonight that this context is top of mind. You'll hear recurring themes from each of them about doing more with less, working together across their departments to meet the needs of the community, using peer departments, agencies, and regional services to get more done than we could locally due to these constraints, and more. They are not departments who are necessarily comfortable coming in to say, here's what we need. They usually respond to folks when they need things and are in pretty tough circumstances. These departments and their staff deliver a high level of service in spite of the statistics we've covered so far through our work. They're staffed with dedicated, well-trained public servants, many of whom not only serve Easton, but they call it their home. And so I'd ask you all to keep that in mind as you hear from them, and consider this as you're hearing about their operating positions, what their opportunities are, what their challenges are, and how that fits with your responsibility and this committee's responsibility of promoting sustainable services on a go-forward basis. So we're going to start with Health and Community Services. So I invite Director Kennedy to come up, and we'll go from Health to Police, Fire, and Public Works. Kristen?
Good evening. So for those of you that don't know me, my name's Kristen Kennedy. I'm the Director of Health and Community Services for the Town of Easton. I've been in this role since the department was formed in 2015 and budgeted for the first time as FY16. Am I controlling the slides?
I could do it, or you could do it, whatever you're comfortable
Okay,
with.
I can just do it. All right. So as we start out with me tonight, as Connor said, you're meeting with the top 4 departments. As number 4, I represent 1% of the budget. So next slide. Thanks, Connor. So what is Health and Community Services? So Health and Community Services, a lot of you have probably heard this little pitch before, but we're guided by the World Health's definition of health not just being the absence of disease, but being the presence of everything else, having a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. It's all the other pieces. You can be the healthiest person, but if you don't have interactions, relationships, you have nothing. So what we did in 2015 was we brought together the traditional departments of health, recreation, veteran services, and council on aging. These departments all had similar missions to begin with, but were operating in silos. This reorganization allowed us to leverage and strengthen each of our separate administrative units and promote efficiency without creating any new positions at the time. Teamwork and collaboration have yielded improved services and a wider audience and a lot of good things. Okay, so Health and Community Services, 1%. We're 13.1 people strong. I am the department head. In our different divisions, we have the health department where we have 2.5, 2 full-time health inspectors, and a part-time administrative assistant. An efficiency seen there is that we share physical location and an admin with the Inspectional Services Division. We use the same computer system, our permits overlap, it's efficient. The other area where we operate in is if I step back to 2020, actually 2022, we created 2 deputy director positions. This was really furthering our commitment to breaking down silos, to not be thinking about recreation as being young people and council on aging being old people and having different things operating in contrast when they really could be efficiently working together.
Don't know what that is.
So,
Is this guy really phone?
So we have a deputy director of community engagement and programming, and that's really the mission that we have charged this individual with, is engaging the community. We have, under him, he has a program assistant who's 25 hours a week. This position is not funded in the general fund. This position is funded 100% by the fees that come in as part of our programming. He has an administrative assistant who covers all of Frothingham Hall. She is the point person that everybody sees when they walk in the door. Also over at Frothingham, we have a deputy director of veteran services and financial affairs. Under Tracy Levine, we have our veteran service officer, Jason Snyder. We have an office assistant, Lisa O'Hearn. This position has actually evolved to being oftentimes the first point of contact for a lot of people who are seeking these services. We have a transportation coordinator. We have a full-time driver. I want to point out that she is only 50% funded in our budget. She is 50% based on grants. Addition to that, we have on-call drivers. I'll get into that need a little bit further on, but they are 100% grant or fee supported. So when you think of the first part of, our name, Health and Community Services, and the traditional health department, the majority of you probably go to septic systems. So I'll touch on that first and kind of what that takes on a day-to-day basis with my 2 full-time inspectors. The majority of Easton's properties are served by on-site sewage disposal systems. The process of constructing a system is not quick. It's not one touch point with us, it's multiple. First, it starts with soil testing. This year to date, we have 82 applications, some of them requiring more than a full day out on a site. This averages about 8 a month. So if we break that down, 20 working days a month, 8 of those are spent out in the field just looking at dirt to gather information to be able to even design a septic system. This means that one of my inspectors is spending 40% of their day looking at dirt. From that information, the engineer develops a plan. The plan gets submitted to the office. We are up in permits right now. We've got 85 for this year so far. The review checklist for these plans, it's not simple. It's 7 pages long. Half of them need to go back to the engineer for edits. The state's constantly increasing what they're allowing as far as new and innovative and alternative systems, which are great. They require more training, more monitoring, a higher level of review. They have a place. They address some of our water table issues and some of the site limitations that we run into. During construction, our inspectors are on site 2 to 3 times. That's for a residential. If we're dealing with a bigger commercial, they're out there more than that. Once it's installed, again, there's another review of a drawing before the system can actually be signed off of. It's hard to compare this to other communities because we are pretty dependent on our on-site sewage disposal systems. So beyond looking at dirt, we have a lot of other statutory requirements. Ooh, I didn't know that was going to do that. I think that's all of them. So we do have a lot of statutory obligations. We don't do the septic system or go into that level of detail just because we like dirt. We are obligated under the statutes to do that. So when we're not working on septic reviews, we have a bunch of other things that we do. We are required to license and inspect food establishments. This year, thus far, we have 173 licenses that have been issued for food establishments. Some of those, admittedly, are temporary one-day events, but the majority of them are brick-and-mortar operations in town. Anything that serves or sells more than bottled water and candy bars, we're required to inspect at least twice a year. So again, take those 2 inspectors, put them out in the field, and that's the number of inspections that they're obligated statutorily to conduct. We license recreational camps for children. Last past year, we had 7 of those. We do semi-public swimming pools. These are the Y pools, condo association pools, the pools at Maplewood. We have 1 bathing beach. We do 22 tobacco permits. We have 7 body art establishments and practitioners. This is largely an increase due to the number of permanent makeup artisans that are out there that we're required to license and work with. We do minimum standards for human habitation. That's generally the housing code. It's usually in response to complaints. We have well permits, burial permits, and a whole bunch of other things. We respond to complaints. One of the other big ones that I don't think people completely understand is our obligation in the investigation of reportable illnesses and activity. I was going to say activities because a dog bite is on the list. It's not communicable, they're actually reportable. So the terms isolation, quarantine, contact tracing, they're not new to us. They were there long before the pandemic. There's roughly 90 things that are on that list that get reported to the Board of Health. In 2023, this meant 700 cases came into the Board of Health through MAVEN, which is the Massachusetts Virtual Epidemiological Reporting Platform. Admittedly, only 227 of those were not COVID. But those 227 ranged from Lyme and other tick diseases that you've probably never heard of that are impacting our area. They included Salmonella, Campylobacter. They also included things like hepatitis and Legionella, kind of scary stuff. They all have specific protocols that need to be followed and executed once they are identified. If there's a foodborne illness, those salmonellas, it may not even be our case, but if the person dined at an Easton restaurant while they were in the potential incubation period, we're obligated to go out and do follow-up inspections on those as well. Some of these cases trigger us having to exclude people from work until they have further testing. There's a lot that goes into this. In the past 4 months, we have had 5 confirmed cases of pertussis, or whooping cough. We had none in the past 5 years. This is a new thing that is literally, I drop everything to deal with our nurse, with our partners at the school, because the goal is to not let it spread any further. They do require contact tracing. If it's an adult or a child working in a school, there's a whole nother level. Our job is made easier, and it's easier when these calls come because we do have great partners at Fire and through our community paramedicine, at Easton Public Schools, and at Stonehill. So that's kind of the everyday for the health department part of it. So we'll move to community engagement. So under the guidance of Joe Pitti, who joined us as Deputy Director in 2022, we're proud that our vision of community engagement really means something that engages every member of our community. We moved beyond T-ball and pickleball to weekly social gatherings and bocce games that we host for House of Possibilities and the ARC with other members of our community. We have fishing programs and pumpkin decorating and all kinds of other things. We have inclusion sports that start at age 2. Thanks, Clark. This division actually really does serve a lot of the needs, and this de-siloizing put the guidance for these activities now just not coming from a council on aging and a board of health or a rec department to 2 separate people. They go to 1 deputy director, and so Joe's activities are guided by the volunteers on the council on aging and the rec commission to really get into what these different populations want. One of the things that he was able to tackle and really satisfied a need that was identified in our age-friendly work was one-stop listing of all the activities for all ages across town, and that's our publication, Engaged in Easton. It's a digital access point. The other benefit for it is it actually can be updated. If he's able to add a new program mid-cycle, he can add it onto that platform. And it includes everything that's offered from everybody from, I said 2 to 102. 2 is actually the first age group that we have, but we'll take the 103-year-olds if we can get them. We haven't abandoned our history. We do still produce a 1,200 copies of a paper document that is geared towards the interests and needs of our older adults. We also in 2022 implemented an online registration, which I think has aided a lot of people in being able to not have to do the paper and the checks. It's cut down on some of the demand that we have with those interactions. It's also given us a really nice database of people that Joe is able to send emails out to and solicit input on our programs. So the other area where we created a deputy director was financial and veteran services. And this division is really truly focused on alleviating and addressing the social determinants of health and enhancing the overall well-being of all residents. No ages, just everybody. So how do we do this? We do it through a lot of different ways. We provide transportation to residents of all ages. This is a change that happened since COVID. Prior to COVID, our buses all said Council on Aging, and you had to be 60 to ride them. We'll take anybody on the buses now. This is actually something that came out of one of those cooperative meetings that we had with an adjustment counselor at the school, identifying a need for a family that didn't have a vehicle to get a kid to a doctor's appointment. And we pushed back, and we were able to walk away with, yeah, we can do that. So now we're able to, we rebranded all of our buses, and we've got a new bus on the way. So we are able to get people where they need to go. We take people to, we have 9 people that are unable to drive that we transport to work on a daily basis. We transport to adult daycare every day. 1 to 2 people go on that ride. So we have a lot of things going on. A lot of challenges here as well. Because the buses come to us through BAT, through a federal program, we're not allowed to charge for rides. We are allowed to solicit and suggest donations, but this funding stream really does significantly limit what we're able to do. If we had more to do with that, we could expand our range. We're constantly being asked to take people further than we can take them. A perfect example would be somebody in town wants to go see a doctor over at Patriot Place. We can't do it. The cost for that would just far outweigh what we're able to do, even if we were able to get one of our on-call drivers to commit to going and doing it. You're talking about 2.5-hour commitment, because we're not going to send somebody over and not have them wait for the person. So you're talking, at least $60 in staffing for our lowest paid bus driver just to accommodate that one ride. So with that, even with that, our numbers are up over 3,000 rides a year. And that is up from, I think it's, we're over what we were at last year. And that 23 was up 700 rides from 22. So we are constantly trying to expand what we're able to do. We've tried and dabbled with fixed route services where we're targeting areas where people have more challenges as far as reliable transportation, such as the mobile home park, the housing authority, and tried to do a set loop. But again, funding and relying on on-call drivers really makes that a difficult lift for us. So the next slide I'm going to go, oh, actually, I kept going. I'm a storyteller. We address insecurities and bring in resources that people don't know they can get to. We help with fuel assistance. We help with Chapter 115. We help with Shine applications. This year, through digging into the fuel assistance, our deputy director was able to get us into a program with very, very short window that allowed us to, any one of our residents who was receiving fuel assistance was then able to receive water and sewer assistance as well. And we couldn't have done that if Dave's admin hadn't dropped everything she was doing and got everything to us and helped us as well. So it's a group effort, but we had, was it over $5,000? Or it was a significant amount of relief that was given to some of our more vulnerable residents for their basic needs. They need water. We can't live without water. I'm going to get into Chapter 115 a little bit later, but as I jump to the next slide, the next couple of slides, I'm going to touch on some of the work that we're doing, not just as Health and Community Services, but as part of a broader team. So we've borrowed here from existing practices used throughout the state and in the country, and we're attempting to address the needs of our most vulnerable residents as a team, as none of us have the resources individually to do and address what needs to be done. So we've put together this cross-departmental team that meets monthly. Our team includes the Health Department, Financial and Veteran Services, Community Mental Health Liaison, our Community Outreach Police Officer, our Community Paramedicine Captain, as well as our Assistant Town Administrator. Other communities have structures like this, but they call them crisis intervention teams. We don't want to be in crisis. We were very deliberate in choosing a name that didn't have the word crisis in it. We are setting a goal for ourselves of getting ahead of any of these things. So we look at our community, we try to identify anybody at risk, and then we try to empower them with resources and assets that are going to make their lives better. The benefits have been multifaceted. Not only have we had success in elevating the quality of lives of some of these individuals, we've actually seen the reduction in the repeat 911 calls to the same address. I'm thinking of a particular gentleman that we probably over the course of a month were there 3 times a week. And now I don't think anybody has been to his house other than to bring him a coffee in 2 or 3 months. So we are making a huge impact. The big ability that we have with this team is that we can follow through with the hospital. It's not just EMS bringing them to the hospital and turning them over. We have staff that will follow up, that will advocate for the family, advocate for the individual, rather than just waiting for the person to be brought home and have another 911 call. And we've been able to do this in a very short turnaround time. It's often not because the person, as I said with the other example, it's not because the person had to move into a higher level of care. We've had people return to their homes, but in much better situations with much better supports. I just want to call out, I know for me, and I'm sure probably some of the other team members, it means an awful lot to us having Sean, the Assistant Town Administrator, as part of this group. Not only does he provide a different view, but it really says a lot about the support and the commitment that we have from the leadership on our side. So we also have a community paramedicine program. There's some pictures up there of a bunch of the stuff that we do. It's another example of good that can come from collaboration. It goes back quite a ways. Sharps was something former Chief Partridge and I tackled together back in '02 when there was a ban put on them going in our trash, and it's only evolved from there as we've gained this position. Again, these may seem like little things: water safety training, CPR, car seat installation, bike safety. But when you really look at it, if we do a good job on these, we are having better outcomes on the other end. We have less serious injuries at car accidents if car seats are installed properly and if our residents have access to car seats. We're safer around water. We don't have bike accidents. So there's a lot of good that comes from all of us working together. So next, I want to take a moment on this slide to, as you can see, 71% of my budget is staffing. And another 18% of it is the Chapter 115 program. And I'm just going to take a quick moment to make sure everyone understands what Chapter 115 is. This is a program that's unique to Massachusetts. It's means-based and asset-dependent, and it provides financial supports to veterans and their surviving spouses. The program's good, but it's cumbersome, and it's not an end-all, be-all. There's a recertification every 6 months that does a deep dive into people's bank records. They have to produce all of these documents. It also is very cumbersome in that it's a reimbursement-based program as opposed to lessening individuals' immediate financial burdens. So if you're on Eliquis and you need $400 and you put it out this month and you're waiting for the check to come next month, there's gaps there. Sometimes there's gaps and people just don't fill their prescriptions till that check comes, and then they end up in an ambulance. So I'm not ready to move on to, but as we move to the next slide, you're going to see the direct impact that this approach has had on our reliance on Chapter 115. So prefacing that with, in 2016, when we undertook this big move, we moved the VSO from Town Hall over to Frothingham Hall. And the benefits were almost immediate. Veterans began connecting to other resources. Our VSOs started learning about other resources and programs. Our VSOs now had support of working with a team. They had access to buses. It all just worked together. They were then able to start focusing on things like disability claims that have a real impact on a veteran's long-time support. Oftentimes a VA claim will be 2 to 3 times what they were getting on Chapter 115, and they don't have to recertify. It's life-changing for a lot of them. So as you look at these numbers across the past few years, as I said, we started in 2016 with this model, and now here we are in 2025 FY, fiscal year 25. And one of the big changes you will see is that our veterans benefits dropped over 200,000. As you look at these numbers, just know we are statutorily required to provide whatever benefits people demonstrate eligibility for. This is not a cut to what we wanted to allocate. This is reflective of an adjustment of the true need in the community. Because over the past 9 years, we have been able to shift the resources and provide a lot of our veterans with increased dignity and financial security. As I said, a disability pension can result in 2 or 3 times the change. So we've leveraged federal, state, all kinds of resources just to elevate these veterans out of poverty or situations that now really they can hold their heads high as they should be able to. By consolidating and streamlining our budgets, as you can see across the years, we haven't really increased that much on the bottom line. We do have an increase that was realized last year, and part of that is trying to shift our Deputy Director of Veteran and Financial Affairs 100% from 100% ARPA funding to 50% ARPA funding, because we don't want to fall off a cliff and lose these positions. We operate a lot of what we do over at Frothingham. Frothingham was built in 1902, was acquired by the town in 2007. It's an old building. It has its challenges. We are pushing the limits of what it can do. We've added all kinds of extra offices to accommodate the extra people, but we're making it work for now. But it also is something that is in our budget. That little bit of my budget that was everything else fully supports Frothingham. As we look at funding considerations on a broader spectrum, as Connor has mentioned, and I'm sure you all know, we are spending less than those around us. We spend 18.29% less on human services than our peers. We spend 62% less on recreation and culture. Kind of want to point this out because in my general fund, 1% budget, I have $6,000 a year for programming. $6,000. There's actually a typo. In 2016, I had 6,920. So that has not grown either. Our dependence and our ability to provide programming is almost entirely dependent on other funding sources, whether it be fees associated with the programs or grants and donations. If we were fully funded, you would see a huge leap. If we were funded to be equal with our peers, you would see a 45% increase in my budget.
I just want to point out the past slide that this budget in non-inflation adjusted dollars has grown 7% in 9 years. And it took from 16 to 24 for it even to reach 16 levels.
We do a lot with very little. We make the most of what we got. So as I kind of close it out with some funding considerations, we do depend on the Executive Office of Elder Affairs, which is a formula grant. A dollar amount is set into the formula for every senior, but it's not guaranteed. It could drop. It goes every year to the budget, and we wait and hope and keep our fingers crossed that it will stay or go up. We're dependent on program fees. As I said, the program assistant is 100%. He's 25 hours a week, and he's dependent. His salary gets paid out of the money he brings in. We are still ARPA dependent. Our mental health liaison is 100% ARPA funded at this time, and the benefits navigation portion of our deputy director is still under the ARPA at 50%. We do rely on donations. As I said, that doesn't allow us to set. If I could say, yeah, for $60, I'll take you to Patriot Place, we'd be able to serve that need, but we can't. So our concerns going forward, grants expire, they change. As I said, the formula grant amount could change. We have increasing draw on us for social needs and mental health needs. We have an aging population. We have an aging building. And there's always changes coming to the things that we're statutorily obligated to do. Title V is under review every 10 years, whether we like it or not. We have changes coming in the coming year to the swimming pool code. Last year, it was the housing code, which impacted our responses now. We have a different response to mold and dampness than we had a couple of years ago. And it's not going in the direction that we have to do less. We actually have to do more. As I said, we've had 5 pertussis cases. Diseases are changing. In the last month, we had a tularemia. First case. There's 1,000 in the country all year. We had one. It's rabbit fever. Good times. But we're the front line for following that up. The state calls us and says, hey, you have a case. There's a question packet. Please reach out to the family. There's a lot that comes down the road to us. So as we look ahead and look at other funding sources, I we're tight. We're definitely very, very tight. So that's the end of my prepared presentation.
Thank you, Kristen. And as Tom alluded to, just because there's a lot of overlap, we're going to try and barrel through all the departments, and everyone will stick around for question and answer at the end. So thank you so much, Kristen. If Chief Boone and Deputy Adams want to join us.
Thank you, Kristen.
Kristen, is this your water?
Oh, yes. I thought I would end up choking.
Good evening, everybody. For those that don't know me, I know many of you we've met in several meetings, finance committee things. I'm Keith Boone, I'm your police chief. Just a little bit about me, I've been with the town since 2002, so I'm entering my 23rd year with the police department. Just finished my second year as police chief, and prior to that I spent 7 years as the deputy chief. So for about 10 years now, I've been working with whether it's the operating budget or the capital budget to put things together. So that's just a little bit about me and what a little bit of my background. So the common theme you're going to hear tonight is, you know, we do more with less, and we're a very lean police department overall, which I'll get to. We have 38 full-time police officers right now, including myself and the deputy chief, and we actually lost a police officer position last year. When we were putting the budget together, we needed to find areas to save. The town had a shortfall, and really there was nowhere in our expense line to move from. We're extremely thin in our expense line, as everybody knows, with inflation and the soaring costs. Our expense line isn't even funded properly right now. So the only area we could look for savings was when we had a retirement, not fill that position. And believe me, we need it. There was just nowhere else to pull from. Our budget is $5,243,000, and that is 93% on people. So the people that are working for your police department, that's where that money is going to. The remaining 7% is in the expense side, like I explained, and really that's for training, maintenance of our building, our vehicles, technology needs, equipment needs, and supplies. Again, we have 41 full-time employees right now. We do have 2 civilian assistants and a full-time animal control officer. And really the only time you're going to see our budget increase is through collective bargaining. We typically are level funded every year, and that's where we start from, and we will adopt whatever collective bargaining calls for. So just to, actually we out of order here? So just to give you a snapshot of what our calls for service look like. This is not encompassing everything, believe me, but this is just to highlight some of the things and some of the more complex calls we're responding to. And you'll see, you know, in the last 5 years, our calls have increased by 29%. 911 calls have gone up almost 150%. And we have some knowledge on why the 911 calls have gone up. You heard the regional dispatch center we merged with, we're in our 4th year. We were able to have a better product with cost savings. So now a 911 call can be made from a cell phone. That's going to go directly to our center. Prior to that, you would get transferred to the state police, back to another PSAP, and by the time it got to us, you could have probably a 2-minute delay. But that came with a price. So we are getting 911 pocket calls. We are getting multiple calls. We have Borderland. We have a lot of places that people visit here. So any needs of 911 come directly to our regional center. Our calls and general calls for service are up almost 4,500, which is quite a bit considering. Our firearms licensing stays steady. We're a town that has, unfortunately, approximately 700 crashes a year. About 450 of those are serious that require a state mandated report. The rest are typically a paper exchange and maybe a tow, but it's a lot. It's gone up. We do everything we can to direct our resources to our hotspots, as we call them in town. I'm sure you all know them, Purchase and Turnpike, and Spooner and Sheridan is a new one now that has got a lot of influx in traffic. So we're targeting these areas to do the best we can, but we can't be everywhere at once. Our assaults have gone nil. They're staying steady, and our property crimes really exploded in the last 5 years. And that, as you see, car brakes, unlocked vehicles, it can be a multitude of things. Some of the shoplifting we see, Target has changed operations depending on their staffing. They have a loss prevention that will call us more now if they find shoplifting. So a lot of that is just driven by our call response. And again, I just wanted to mention, when I took over as chief in 2022, we had 39 police officers. That was the highest we've ever been, and we were there for a very short time. So within a year, we're starting to go backwards now with our staffing. And while it's not in here, one thing I worry about is we have another retirement coming up in 2025, and I don't look forward to having a conversation with our town administrator where we're going to be in the same boat and we might have to not fund another position. So as lean as we are, that's what gets me worried.
Chief, can I just highlight the last bullet you didn't enunciate, which is that while your 911 calls have gone up 150%, your staff's gone up 5.
Correct.
Thanks.
So I think you're going to hear this per capita phrase quite a bit over the next few hours, but when we compare ourselves to our core communities and our surrounding communities, we're essentially last in every area. So we're last in our core, we're last in our surrounding communities, and we're second to last in our core communities, only exceeding Ashland in per capita spending. And this is something I talked about last year at our finance meeting. So for us to just be at the average of where these other police departments and other communities are, I would need to ask for another $800,000 in our budget, which would equate to 8 police officers. So we're not asking for that. It'd be great if we could get to that, but that doesn't put us at the high end either. That puts us at the average. So that's a large number to handle. And what does that look like in our staffing? One area we're extremely lean in is our command staff. And I will get to that. I just want to point out one thing. So right now we have 38 police officers. So if we were to be at that average, again, that $800,000 number would put us at about 46 police officers. So again, that would be the average from chief down. And if you look at how we compared with all of our core communities and our surrounding communities, we have 1 police chief, 1 deputy chief, and 1 lieutenant. And what we're finding, which I've known, with these other towns, you're seeing 1 police chief, 1 deputy chief, and 3 lieutenants. And so all the towns have 3 lieutenants in our core and surrounding towns, with the exception of Ashland. They have 2 lieutenants, and they're much smaller in population and in department size. So that's just to give you a snapshot on what the command staff looks like. And where does that bring us? That leads to the police chief and the deputy chief doing a lot of patrol supervisory level things, which isn't ideal. And, I hate to say it, but I've been hearing it for 23 years. It's just the way it's always been in our police department. I think you're going to hear that in the fire and DPW, that's just how it's always been. So we've had multiple hats that we've had to wear. If we were to staff properly, you'd see we would need, we'd be staffing at 1.9 per 1,000 residents. If we were looking at our core communities, at our surrounding communities, they're at 2.1. We're operating at 1.5 right now. So we're at a big disadvantage. So that's 23% behind our core communities and 41% behind just our surrounding towns. So again, these additional tasks with lower staffing, and I'd just like to talk about our staffing model. This is true. This is what our police department looks like from top to bottom. We do a lot of different things. And just to explain our staffing model, we have right now, tonight, and every day, we have 1 officer inside the police station that if you need a police officer, there's 1 there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We also have 4 officers on the road dedicated to calls for service. So what happens, we're bound by that for a multitude of reasons, but we have to have that on the road. And so the problem we run into is we try to look for ways to save overtime and to try to reinvest in other things in the department, but we are constantly needing to replace these officers when they're not at work. So we try to do everything we can on shift, whether it's training or having fleet maintenance done, but if an officer is out for any reason, we have to replace them. And so I just got a report last week. We just lost an officer on October 30th. He just got deployed for Washington, D.C., and he is going to be there for 4 months until the inauguration. So we get hit with things last minute that we can't control, whether it's an officer injury, someone needs long-term leave, a military deployment that just came. So we're going to lose this officer for really a third of the year. You know, he's got orders till February until the transition takes place, but who knows if he's going to get held longer. So now we have one less officer on our 4 to 12 shift, and that will translate into backfilling. Again, we have one lieutenant that we don't even have filled yet. We're actually having a promotional exam this month, so we will have one lieutenant by 2025. We're hoping early 2025. But again, that is, it's hurting the command staff not having that position. And as I get through the rest of these functions we're doing, you'll understand why. So we're an accredited police agency, so I won't bore you with all the ins and outs of accreditation, but simple way to say it is we're bound by best practices. We've been an accredited agency, which I'm very proud of, since 2011. And so we are mandated to adhere to over 350 best practice standards. Just recently, they upgraded the standards from 5th to 6th edition, so we had to overhaul our complete policy folder. That takes time. Right now, our accreditation manager serves as a patrol officer and our domestic violence officer. So I'm bringing her in off the road 1 day a week to work with the deputy chief and I on policy conformance. And so she's trying to answer calls, she's helping victims of domestic violence, and then I'm bringing her down to do policy review. Technology and IT. He's not here now, but there is one person in town named Mike Deltano that does all the town IT. So luckily, we have a police officer that came from the IT field, and we can troubleshoot our own network ourselves, but that's not ideal either. He works the midnight shift, so if we have a network problem and the town being as thin as it is with one IT person, and I have to bring him in, I have to pay him overtime to come troubleshoot. Firearms licensing. We have a large backlog of firearms licensing, and when the application comes in, we're bound to a certain time before we can process them. So we're under deadlines and mandates regularly with these things. Sex offender registration, field training, grant writing. The grant writing, you're looking at the 2 grant writers in the police department now, which should not be us, right? You know, I did it as a sergeant. And so we try to delegate what we can, but when we are sending officers to calls for service over and over, they don't have the time, and things, you know, will slip through the cracks. And so we have to take a better look at that. Our cruiser maintenance. I'll get to that slide later, but he's our community outreach officer. So in the middle of answering calls for service and helping the community, he's calling Dave Field's crew and trying to get our equipment fixed. Our firearms and equipment inventory, our maintenance, our property and evidence control officers, they both work the midnight shift. We have to bring them in on overtime to do anything to release property. Unfortunately, if you lost a wallet today and we found it, by policy, we have to lock it up to safeguard it. You know, if you need your wallet, I have to tell you, well, come in at midnight or come in at about 7:30 in the morning to see him before he comes to work. You know, we had something recently where someone needed their wallet to get on a plane. Obviously, we weren't going to say, yeah, you don't have to get on the plane, you can stay. We had to bring him in to actually release property. So things like that come up all the time. And what we found when we were looking at all these other police departments, almost this entire list you're looking at, they have lieutenants and sergeants dedicated to these positions. So their command staff is handling all these things so the patrol staff can handle the calls for service. And so when you start juggling all of these hats, you lose quality of service. And speaking of calls for service, you know, something that comes up is, I get asked a lot, is what drives our response? And we have three types of calls: priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. So priority 1 call is, unfortunately, the highest level. It's a life-threatening situation. I have examples up here. I'm not going to go through them. This is directly from our policy that guides us. But if we have this type of priority 1 call, we will need to send 2 officers. They go. It's mandatory. But in addition, the floating cars, or the roving cars or our sector cars, are also going to start roving that way because it's a priority call. So when that happens, and until we sort out what's going on, and we can be there for any length of time, there's no one available for calls in town. And so we rely on mutual aid, and unfortunately, you might have to see a West Bridgewater police officer if you have a fender bender or something happens. You might see a Rainham police officer, whoever we're calling for mutual aid. So our priority 2 calls, similar, urgent, but we don't call them life-threatening. But it is a domestic violence. We send 2 officers to these calls. Generally, an officer can call another officer off once he deems it safe, but the problem we run into is we're only going by what the call taker is telling us. And if you have a panicked resident or citizen calling from a cell phone, and however it's communicated to the call taker is the way it's coming over the radio. So we can get a call that sounds very serious. By the time we get there, we can peel back, and it can go the other way. We get a call that doesn't sound serious, and we're calling for everybody to come and help. But again, if we have 2 officers dispatched to these calls and then another call comes in, we have nobody left to even properly respond to a priority call. This is the calls we like the most. These are our noise complaints and our barking dog calls. Typically, that would be a 1-officer response. But if you go through town and you ever see multiple police officers at an accident and it doesn't look that serious, there's a lot of things that go into that. When we go to an accident, fire shows up. We have an ambulance there, a fire engine there. We have a police officer there. That's a lot of stuff going on in the road. And so we have to protect the drivers, the people that are there. So typically 1 officer is going to handle the call, the reporting action, and things like that. And we'll have 1 and sometimes 2 officers that have to direct traffic. And so if you ever see that and it doesn't look like it's a, quote, serious call, I don't like to call them routine because there's no such thing as a routine call, but that's some of the, just to give you some mindset, that's how it works. So you heard about regionalization earlier, and so again, we're constantly looking for ways to deliver the best services, which we do, and try to save money when we can. So about 6 years ago, we looked at this 911 operation, and it took a few years to get implemented. And so we're now in our 4th year, and we see the cost savings. We see this is paying dividends that I didn't even realize, and I was originally in the working group that was spearheading this. I put up radio infrastructure, and CAT and RMS there was just 2 things that I didn't know we would ever get. This was like a bonus. Being part of the regional center, they were available for grants that we wouldn't have been able to get. And so we got police and fire, our entire radio infrastructure paid for, over $1 million that we would have been doing a capital request, asking at town meeting. We're getting a new CAT and RMS system that cost $4 million because we have 4 towns running the regional center now.
Chief, can we just
Yep.
add an RMS is computer-aided dispatch
That's
records
our-
management
yes.
system,
Yeah.
right? And so these are the software systems that police and firefighters and dispatchers rely on when you call 911 so that they could rapidly pull up your information, get good information to the officers and firefighters. And what Chief's highlighting here is, as part of us regionalizing after years and years of planning and cutting our local costs in half in the operating budget, we also became eligible for state-level grant funding for multiple millions in capital enhancements that likely we would just not be able to fund here. And so there's huge dividends when the town has been able to successfully implement these long-term regionalization plans. This came up at SEMREC yesterday when we were meeting, that these systems are going to put these departments in a better position, the residents of this community in a better position, and we are not having to hit local tax dollars. Even if we were able to go to town meeting, able to articulate and get the approval for, those 2 numbers are $5 million, think of the other items we would then have to not fund. Fleet equipment for public works, ambulances and fire trucks, school security enhancements. And so there's a really, really huge impact to doing programs like this.
And just on the cost savings, I did bring this up last year, and the town administrator will cringe when I say this, but as cost savings, you have a fire chief and a DPW director that provide us a bucket truck, and they get up on ladders, and they are fixing the equipment themselves. So we were able to literally Band-Aid our way through our radio problems with the people that work in this town, instead of being able to sub this out and hire industrial communications that are going to cost tens of thousands of dollars we don't have. Our radio line item is $6,000 annually. So 1 portable radio and that line item is gone. So just kudos to what you'll hear tonight is we all do a lot for each other, and it pays dividends when it comes to accounting, believe me. Just some more regional things to talk about. I don't have it mentioned here, but we've had so many, 11 missing people this year that we've been fortunate enough to find. And having this regional center, they're able to deploy drones and actually send real-time photos and information to our cell phones. And we had someone just out here, out on Elm Street, that he happened to actually come in and find, but it was geared towards the how the wreck was able to have eyes telling the boots on the ground what was going on. And police, fire were out there. We were actually able to save someone's life. It was cold night, and they wouldn't have survived. And so there's a lot of things going on with our CEMREC and with our regional center that, you know, we probably should do a better job at promoting and explaining that, and I will when it comes to budget meetings. But there's a lot of things that go behind the way that we just could not afford to do on our own that we're getting once we regionalized. Another area of regionalization is the Metropolitan Law Enforcement Council. We have access to critical response teams at no cost. Mobile units, which I'll be relying on heavily. We're going to hit 300-year anniversary starting in January. We have significant amounts of events. We're expecting large turnouts, so I will be able to tap into 23 different member agencies that will provide police and resources for us at no cost to the town. So,
Can you just expand on that for folks who are not familiar with law enforcement operations? You know, there's been some good feedback from members about the challenge that we face as a community is the kind of perception reality gap, right? There's going to be parades with probably very tricked out, expensive SWAT vehicles. Those aren't yours.
no.
Right.
No,
We don't own those, right? And we're not paying for them either.
We're not paying for it.
But that's really important because I think your average person might think like, oh, we have a SWAT team. We do not have a SWAT team. There's a regional multi-agency response team.
Correct.
But I think that's really important, right? Because that's been a good learning experience for me on this committee is hearing that so frequently from so many members.
You'll typically find large agencies in cities like Brockton they have their own, but the cost to develop our own team and train like that would be it would be detrimental to the department. We wouldn't be able to afford it. So when this regionalization opportunity came up with, we called them MetroLec, that gave us the opportunity to be part of it, and we pay back. We have an officer involved in the mountain bike unit. We have an officer on the critical stress team. So if someone's having a problem, we can lend an officer to them for a period of time. And so that's how it works. It's a mutual aid agreement. So just some of the mandates that we have, you know, there was a Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission that was developed several years ago. Each police officer is mandated to be certified. Again, we don't have multiple lieutenants, so this falls on the two people sitting before you. The way this works is there are certain criteria that you have to hit to maintain police officer certification, and the state has decided to break it up into thirds, so alphabetically. So every year I have to certify a third of the police department. And so it's not like a one and done, we'll see you in 3 years. So we're constantly doing this, and we do a lot of training because of that. We're mandated to do certain de-escalation training and our in-service training. Last year, as cost savings, we were able to use the fire department to do our CPR training. The law changed. Now I can't rely on the fire department. We have to actually send them to the MPTC trained instructor. They're going on overtime to that training, so that's just another mandate that we have to do that we can't get around. We do a lot of training with the schools. We just had a lockdown training with the schools, and we should be doing more. Like, we should be training. We do it with police and fire. We bring in DPW. We do a lot together, which is good.
I can speak to the body cameras.
And yeah, I'll turn over to the body camera portion of it, because Deputy Chief Adams is the one that actually wrote a grant that we got. I'll let him speak about that, and he oversees the program for us.
So for about a year, we've had body cameras. I don't know if you've noticed them. All our officers are wearing them on patrol now. That was grant funded. Probably about 2/3 of it is grant funded currently, and will be for the next couple of years. But I think it's important to note that once that grant funding runs out and this contract runs out, we'll be on the hook for the full cost, which with the increase in pricing, I would expect to be, $30,000 a year, give or take, with cloud storage cost, equipment cost. Also important to note with that is when we wrote this grant, it was recommended that one full-time position is dedicated for every 75 cameras, and that wasn't grant funded. And they made that they made that known that you had to absorb that position. And with us having 40 cameras, 38 officers, it's basically a half of a full-time equivalent position should be dedicated to managing the program. It now falls on me and our records access officer or our administrative records clerk, and it creates a lot of work. I mean, we have to conduct audits, we have to fix the equipment as it goes down. I mean, these are being worn every day by all these officers, and another big component is court records, right? Because every case that has body cameras attached, they have to get that footage. And in addition to that, it's public records. So body worn camera footage in general is a public record. So we will get a request. And if we have something simple like a motor vehicle crash, where there's 3 officers on scene for 30 minutes, that's an hour and a half of footage, and we have to watch every single moment of it, and sometimes frame by frame redact this footage, because if our computer screen shows your name and your license number, that has to be redacted. That's not a public record. If an officer says your name, date of birth, social, license number over the radio, I have to go in and mute that manually. So the standard is basically whatever time the video is, it's going to take you 4 times as long to redact. So a 30-minute call with 3 officers, an hour and a half, you're looking at 6 hours of work to redact. So that's on top of the records requests we already are processing. And thank God our records clerk, Leslie Buckley, is amazing, and she's helping me with those redactions. But it's definitely that half of a position that should be allocated to an administrative ranking officer.
Which if we do get to a spot where we have multiple lieutenants, that these types of things fall on that high-level command that we just don't have. Another mandate, domestic violence. We're required to submit certain documentation to the district attorney's office on certain types of domestic violence, whether it's strangulation or sexual assault. So all of these things have to get done. And again, the only 2 officers that aren't in minimum staffing, other than our detectives, are sitting in front of you. So we are constantly relying on that patrol staff to wear multiple hats. And so you heard a little bit about the community outreach and the mental health. This is something I'm very passionate and proud of. It's something the town, the people before you, I give my credit to the town administrator for helping get this rolling out. This town has a dedicated mental health clinician. Not a lot of towns have that, so it puts us far and above ahead of a lot of these towns. So what I've done is I've dedicated one officer who also does our fleet maintenance. I've taken him out of our staffing 2 days a week, only 2 days a week. The goal is to get him to 5 days a week. And we are going out on follow-ups, and we're trying to address a lot of these substance abuse and mental health issues that we see in town. And through October, I ran these on Halloween, we've had 204 follow-ups just this year. And so they range from, again, mental health, substance abuse, any type of quality of life problem that falls into that category. Our overdose numbers have gone down. Unfortunately, we're averaging about 30 a year for many years, and as of today, that's where our numbers are as of Halloween when I ran our numbers, which is a good thing. The officers all have Narcan and AEDs, so we're able to deploy that if needed. But something that's, I think, important to note is detox programs. Our mental health clinician, Stephanie, she has access and a knowledge base that we just didn't have before. So if you or a family member need help that you weren't able to get prior, she can find detox programs that we just couldn't find before. And we have good success stories where not only have we gotten people in there, we've had to drive them there. And these 2 on this photo behind me have actually driven people to detox because they normally would have said, yeah, I can't get there, my license is suspended. Okay, get in the car and we'll drive you. So we're doing such good things that, you know, we haven't had a real opportunity to talk about because it's so new, but I wanted to take this tonight to explain that there's a lot of good things going on in the town, and part of this is trying to, if we can do these 204 follow-ups, maybe we don't have to see them again. You know, and that's the goal. So the first time we're dealing with them isn't a catastrophic issue. Because prior to this, it was really police and fire were showing up to these calls, treating them the best we could, and then bringing them to the Good Samaritan Hospital. And unfortunately, they'd walk out within 8 hours, and it was just a revolving door that we've all talked about as groups of how can we get better. And this was something that I'm proud of as a town, as a resident, that this is available. This is a great thing for the town of Easton.
I think it's also important to note that this is certainly a full-time position for our outreach officer, and at the current time, we can only dedicate about 2 days a week to this.
So this is my final slide. You know, when we talk about you know, budgets and where we go, and I just want to reiterate, you know, we are as lean as you can be, and I think again, we're people. Like that's where we are. There's no real expense that we can cut. Everything you see is the police officers that are working in town, and we're already starting at an $800,000 disadvantage if we want to be on average with our peers, and that's a very large number to say. Again, that equates to 8 fewer officers and half of the command staff of our comparable communities. So when these conversations come up, and you know, I talk to my counterparts in other towns, and I say, what do you do when you have to cut 3%, 5%? Where do you look from? These are the things that you're seeing in the industry. Some police departments are closing their police stations, and they're calling it a dark station. And honestly, that's like embarrassing to me, like as a resident and as a police chief, to actually close the door and have a doorbell, really, call 911 if you need us, or hit a buzzer, and our regional center will send an officer that's on the road to come back to the police station to meet you. I just can't fathom being a resident, a lifelong resident of this town, not being able to walk into your police station at any time for any problem and not having somebody there to help you. So,
Or even call the station.
or not even be able to make a phone call because no one's there. So forcing our residents to call 911 to get a call taker to say, okay, wait on Lothrop Street, we'll send them. Not a good thing, but some, you know, not to criticize these other towns, but that was the only path they had in some of these other towns. Just not something I would want to ever see here. Patrol availability. If we were ever to reduce our patrol staff, you saw the slides about our priority calls. If we reduced our staff from 4 to 3, for example, one priority call disables us for the entire length of the call. Detectives. We're running 3 detectives now, really 3.5, because we've got creative. We can't make a 4th detective, so our court officer mirrors as a detective when he returns from court. Our detectives do a great job. If you follow our Facebook page, I did give them kudos not too long ago. We were part of a town that was hit with a multi-theft car ring, multi-state, and one of our detectives was part of solving that. We have these porch pirates, as they call them, just recently. They're tracking UPS and FedEx and Amazon, and they're getting the drop on when people are getting things dropped at their house, and then they're really stalking the delivery drivers and then stealing from their property. We just solved a crime like that the other day. Detectives get any thinner, we can't do those things. Then we're mandated to what we're obligated to: sexual assaults, sudden deaths, and you know, we really start turning into a 1990s police department. Really, you just will show up when we can and do bare bones. And again, as a resident, that's embarrassing. I expect more from my police department. Response time suffers, administrative delays, again, records processing. We're under the microscope with a lot of these time constraints with records requests. We have to respond, we have to get these done. A lot of towns start getting hybrid with their school resource officer positions. And that's something I would never want to see. They contribute funding for us. And you know, other than meeting with the town administrator, my first week as police chief, I met with the superintendent and we said, how can we figure out how to get a police officer back in the school. This is a good thing. And you can feel it in the community now, what a good thing it is having that relationship back with our students. Our community mental health program, a lot of towns are now trying to figure out how they can share someone, and they're getting a watered-down version of it. Again, we've had 204 contacts with the public. I wouldn't want to see that go away. These people desperately need the help, and that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're here for. So, as lean as we are, I don't see anywhere else where, if we were to lose funding, it just turns into positions, really. There's, not funding a police cruiser 1 year isn't going to do anything. It really comes down to the people on the ground. So, thank you for listening. I know we're going to have some Q&A afterwards, so any questions I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Deputy.
Thank you, Chief. Thanks, Deputy Chief.
Next, we have Chief Alexander and Deputy Carroll from the Fire Department.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Thanks for having us tonight. Justin Alexander, as Mr. Reed pointed out, our Fire Chief, and Deputy Carroll here, John Carroll. We are the administration of the Fire Department. We're a good team, and we manage to always find a way to get it done. And I want to start out with that because I want you to think that we're not coming to you tonight saying that we're not going to get you safe, or that the Fire Department runs poorly, because it doesn't. But we're going to show you tonight some of the challenges we are facing. So don't mind the two laptops. We're gonna play a little interactive game in a little while to break up your evening. I'm gonna try something different. We'll show you some of the. We'll see how it goes. See how it goes. I got a mask. I bring props. To make sure you're all awake. So we're gonna go into it now. So to sum up this slide here, the fire department is our main objective is always our mission is to protect life, property, and the environment, and that really sums up our mission. That's what we do. And property and environment kind of go hand in hand a little bit, and life always comes first. We'll go the extra mile, if you will, take the additional risk to ourselves for life. We'll also do everything we can for your property and the environment, but we are a risk-based benefit business, and we're very good at that. But we will come and give everything we've got to save you or your family. So we've been around for quite a while as the fire department for the town of Easton. And I will point out that by chance, Chief Boone had his arrow red on police and mine happens to be blue on fire. So I guess we're a team on that aspect. So we represent about 6% of the overall budget for the general fund. I like to point out the fact that we're 91% salary. So we are very salary driven. There's very little for expenses. We'll talk a little bit about that tonight, how our expense budget is pretty much underfunded, and we struggle every year. We actually rely on salary surplus to try to get through, and that's becoming more challenging, and we'll talk about some of those challenges we're facing that cause issues, which, for the record, the town has been extremely generous in helping us through those, and we always find a way together, but we do face them. We face them this year. So just so you understand the budget that we have this year, our FY25 budget, we didn't add any new positions. Any increases were contractual. Our overtime accounts were all level funded. Meaning that against contractual increases, they're less effective. They're actually basically, it's a cut for all intents and purposes for their effectiveness. We'll talk a little bit more about injured on duty costs tonight. We're budgeted about $18,000 a year for injured on duty costs. So that's if someone gets hurt at work, and what does it cost? Their salary is built into the budget. That's not the issue. It's that they're not at work anymore and we have to backfill them. There'll be a lot of discussion about the staffing model and how that works. But those costs consistently the last few years have been well over $100,000, and we're budgeted $18,000. So you can see that we're always up against budget constraints, even on July 1. It used to be, July 1, you're like, oh, new budget, this is great. And then, but we're already starting now together. We look at each other on July 1 and be like, what can we do? And sometimes the answer is not too much. Just make sure we're getting the trucks out the door, and because we know what's coming. And in particular, right now, we have, unfortunately, 2 firefighters out on long-term injuries. It'll be a year-long thing for both of them. So we won't see them at all in FY25, but we still have to pay them and we still have to backfill them. And that's very expensive. And to the credit of the town, early in my time with you, recognized that, created a reserve fund for that that can be accessed with the assistance of the select board, which does provide some relief, but it's still a challenge because you still got to find a way to put that money back in there when we do use it. So it doesn't just mysteriously show up, so miraculously. One of the things we do is we train. So we'll talk a little bit about mandates and how the mandates force us into EMS training a lot, but the fire training is kind of an anomaly. After the fire academy, there's regulations, there's standards that we should try to adhere to. So the set on the EMS side is more we have to do it, or they'll take our ALS ambulance license away. On the fire side, they don't say you necessarily have to do it, but like your ISO rating, and God forbid something happens, and DLS comes in, which is the state equivalent of OSHA, and they come in and say, well, what have you done with your firefighters to make them safe? And we say nothing, and they say, why? It says, because there's no requirement that we do it. The town's on the hook for that. So even though there's not necessarily, you must do 5 hours of training a week with your firefighters, it's beholden on us to make sure that we're trained, not just to protect the town from a liability standpoint, but for their own safety. Because one of the things that's important is that in the 1970s, we could learn on the job because fires were so prevalent. But now we have less fires. There's no doubt we have less fires than we used to. The problem is with all the energy codes, all of our newer homes and all of our upgraded homes are tighter. They have more BTUs per pound in them. They burn hotter. They hold the heat in, and that makes it extremely dangerous for us. And we don't get to practice on them enough. So when you combine the fact that we don't get to do it enough to practice because we're very much a hands-on learning, and then the fact that these houses are way more dangerous than they were in the 70s. In the 1970s and before, you get there, the window's already broken. You had that single pane of glass, the storm, the heat cracked those, they cracked out, the heat was already coming out, much safer. I'm not saying that the job was like a safe job back then, it was still dangerous. But now we have a hard time even just breaking a window with like the hurricane ratings, the wind ratings, there's so many things that go against us at these fires, we never get to practice them. So we're fortunate, we've been going down to the Fall River Fire Academy twice a year, taking the department down there, getting our hands on doing the job that we don't get to practice as much to make us safer, but it's expensive. And unfortunately, we've had to scale back our training with the last budget because we had to take a bit of a cut. And that would be one of the places we'd have to go to, unfortunately, because staffing is the most important. We have to put the firefighters out on the road to protect all of you. And it would come at the expense of training. So expense budget, we talked a little bit about that. So everything's gone up, and I'm not going to belabor that. We all know that. Everything's more expensive. We don't anticipate it going down anytime soon. The fleet's aging. We're making good inroads in making the fleet younger, but we're still got a few years away from that. One of the other things we go to is, I'll give you an example, like end of life with some of our equipment. We found out just a couple months ago that one of our cardiac monitors that cost $50,000 is no longer going to be serviced. They said, we're done with it. We're done with that model. We're not going to service it anymore. If it breaks, too bad. And we don't have one anymore. So now we've got one on there. It's certified. We can use it. But if anything goes wrong with it, we no longer have one. And that's the position we're in. These companies do that. They end of life these products, so you're forced to buy new ones. But I'm working with Finance Director Nightingale to come up with a plan to address our cardiac monitors so nobody fears that we're not going to be able to protect you and check if what your heart rate's doing and if you need the EKG. But these are the things we face. Billing goes up, ambulance billing, we're busier than ever. We'll talk a little bit about that. And again, our expense budget is almost always negative at the end of the year. And we made some inroads this year a little bit with it, but we still have a ways to go. So we're looking at our FTE chart. So it goes back to FY20. Just before FY20, the town was fortunate enough to get what they call a SAFER grant. It's a grant where the federal government provides funds for a few years to pay for your firefighters. It kind of tapers off, covering it to the point that you absorb them or lay them off sometimes in some departments. Fortunately, we were able to hold on to those positions. So just before that FY20, we increased our staffing by 4, from 36 to 40. And that was a net gain to the department's ability to do more work and get more things done and cover more emergencies. But you also see on this chart, currently we're at 50.6, and you say, well, how did you get there? A couple of things happened. We hired a mechanic, which we'll talk about in a little bit. That's in there. And we recognized that our overtime budget was $800 so change $1,000 for our overtime budget. And we all hear like the newspaper articles. We say, hey, it's how much are these people making in overtime? And, they shouldn't be making that much. Like, what are we doing? And then you also get the other side of the coin where the firefighters, although they're making the overtime, are fatigued because they're having to work so much. So Deputy and I recognized that and brought it to the town and said, hey, we have enough money within our existing budget without asking for any money to hire 4 firefighters to try to expand our ranks a little bit to take the load off and also gain some benefits of morale, no burnout, employee retention, and there is some ancillary response capabilities we gain occasionally, which we're going to talk about. So I just want to point out the fact that although You see that jump coming in from FY23 to 24. That wasn't actually a budget increase. We did that within our existing budget. So our chart, although a little small on you, that's not too bad on your screen. You have myself and the deputy. Deputy helps with everything from operations to grant writing to just about everything. He's right there with me. We're in lockstep on everything. We have a full-time administrative assistant and a part-time administrative assistant, a daytime fire prevention captain, and then we have a fire prevention an EMS public health officer who we share with HCS that Director Kennedy pointed out earlier. Great partnership with that. We house the budget on that. That's in our budget, but we share with Director Kennedy, and it's worked out to be a great program. So half the time is spent working on the HCS needs, and the other half is spent helping our EMS program, which is 60 to 75% of what we do. When you take it down, we have one full-time mechanic. We'll talk about that a little bit later. And we have 4 groups. So when you see 50.6 FTEs, you're like, hey, wow, that seems like a lot of firefighters, right? So we break into 4 groups because we aren't a 9-to-5 operation. If we could spread 50 firefighters or 50 people over 9 to 5 Monday through Friday, our staffing would be amazing. But we don't. We're 24/7, 365. So we have to divide that number into 4. We operate in a 4-shift system. So each shift has a captain, a lieutenant, and 9 firefighters when we're at full staff. And we'll talk about how those go away real quick. So this is a per capita comparison, which you saw earlier. We'll talk about how this plays into it, but we're basically about just shy of $300,000 under per capita as far as our peers go. You'll see some commonalities if you look at the blue lines. Can you see that on the screen? No, you cannot. Okay, we're in the wrong mode. If you see like Dedham, Canton, Foxborough, and Marshfield in the vertical chart, we'll see how that correlates in the next slide. But we would basically have to add more to our ranks to get to where our peers are going on a per capita coverage basis. And I'll explain that here on the next slide. So I use this as a metric because one of the things we got to talk about is FTEs are one thing, but not in the fire service, it only tells a very small part of the story. Because we hired those 4 firefighters within our existing budget. What we do is that's an overtime offset. So we may staff to 11, but we drop to 8. And when we drop to 8, our staffing model, and we're at 8 most of the time, we'll show that even more on the next slide. When we're at 8, which is most of the time, we don't get the benefit of 11. We're saving the overtime, we're saving the burnout, we're saving a few different things, but we're not gaining the effect of having those 3 firefighters on the road. They're not there, they're not working. So it's a real challenge. And if you look where we are, we're number 8 of the 9. Ashland's kind of an outlier, although a core community, kind of an outlier for us because their population's smaller and their staffing is significantly lower, unusually lower. But relative to the other group above that, we're at the bottom. We protect 3,176 residents to every 1 firefighter. And when you go up the chart, again, if you pay attention to Dedham, Foxborough, Canton, Marshfield, on that previous chart, their investment was higher per capita, which translates into a higher minimum staffing level. So those communities are putting, at a minimum, those number of firefighters out the door, and even more when they actually have a couple of people didn't take the day off. It's a rainy or snowy day in January, and they're like, I'm not taking a vacation day. You might end up with a little bit of benefit, but here's where it kind of comes in. So our minimum staffing has been the same since 2014, and I want everybody to think that we haven't invested in the fire department because that's not true. We've added firefighters, we've invested in the fire department, there's no doubt. But the minimum staffing hasn't changed. And as the benefit amounts that our firefighters get, we have 22,200 hours, not including the IOD coverage, per year of hours that our firefighters can take off. When you divide that out into every day of the year, that's 2.5 firefighters off every day. Every day. Now, granted, again, in January, maybe there's not anybody off, and we get a good day where there's 11. It does happen. But I guarantee you from April to November, there's almost no days that have full staff. None. And if you're in the really good weather, we're at minimum all the time. We're at minimum all the time. And when we're at minimum, that's where we're going to get into the little interactive thing very shortly, is how quickly that minimum turns into no help, and we're in big trouble. So what do we do with it? What do you get for everything we do? We respond to 4,267 calls with our budget and our staff. A lot of that is our ambulance. Depending on how you look at ambulance, if you just look at straight medicals versus car accidents, we respond to anywhere from 55%. If you look at straight up medicals, if you add in car accidents and other things, we're somewhere in the 70% range. So the numbers are a little, because the way we're required to report them, I just want to be clear that you may say, well, 2,900 versus 4,200, where does that land? There's more in there. So that's what you get with those. Our ambulance run volume in 10 years has increased 70%. So that's a significant increase, and it's most of what we do. And an ambulance transport is an hour to 2, even 3 hours if the hospital's really crazy, which has happened lately. They're gone. They're not in town. They're not available, and there are trucks that aren't in service because of it, and we'll show you that. But our staffing has increased 22%, and I throw an asterisk on that as that includes those 4 people that we added within the existing budget, not an actual programming increase for a higher minimum staffing level. So if you took them out, it would even be lower than that. But for fairness, they are on the roster, so I included them in that 22%. Mutual aid is another aspect that we look at. So if our mutual aid use is increasing, that's a sign that we're at maximum capacity. And it has been increasing. It's gone up from 1.7% to 3.6%. And it's going to probably be over 4% at the end of 2024. That trend is showing that we can absorb more calls with our existing staff. We either have to up staff with another ambulance or put more staff on to another truck so they can respond to an additional call. We are notorious for simultaneous calls. That's what happens. Right now, just over 50% of the time, if you flip a coin, there's a second call coming at the same exact time or within a couple minutes of it. And then not much below that, in the high 30s to 40% range, is a third one. And when you have 3 calls hit at once, when you have 8 firefighters on, somebody from Easton isn't going to that. And that's troublesome. And it happens a lot. If you ask any of our dispatchers at SEMREC, the regional center, they will tell you that Easton, hands down, is the worst for simultaneous calls. I promise you they'll say it. When one call comes in, they're all ready for the second one. And there's not saying anything wrong with Easton, but it's just the way we seem to work. And when you combine that with our geography, because of the size of the town in square miles, the road miles, there's slower roads, there's no high-speed roads across town. It's really hard to get to places, and we become more and more reliant on mutual aid, because if all of our staff is over on the Norton line, somewhere on Bay Road, and Roach Brothers needs us, think of how long it takes to get, even with lights and sirens, to go from the Norton line on Bay Road by the Chateau all the way to Roach Brothers. That's a ride, Or, if you're down by the Rainham line and you're going to get to the top of Massapog, that's a ride. And so we rely on our mutual aid partners because we're just out of position. And that's what happens with these. These calls go up as we get busier. The side effect of this is when our mutual aid partners come in, they get the ambulance revenue. So we're losing that revenue. They're billing for it, and we don't get it. So it's just something to keep in mind. As our staffing increases and our model changes over time, we can decrease that number. These are some of the unfunded mandates. So when we say unfunded mandates, it's regulatory items that we're actually required to do, not just a standard. These are things we have to do to operate. And it takes up about 20% of the total expense budget just on July 1, just to open the doors. Never going on a call, not putting fuel in the trucks, not putting heat in the station, nothing. It's just 20% of the expense budget is just gone just to do those items. And then on the 50% is of our training budget for salary on the salary line, which is about $112,000. 50% of that is EMS training requirements that we must do to stay in compliance to keep our license. So half of that budget's gone without doing any extra training, just the bare minimum. And sometimes some of that training is checking the box. We would love to focus on some other stuff that we don't get to practice a lot to keep our skills up. And it's hard when you're balancing the recurring stretcher training with how do we do a needle crike in your throat to give you an airway when you're choking. Like, they're just different things. So some of the things we do for efficiencies, we talked about the public health officer with HCS, our fleet maintenance program. We maintain our own fleet with our mechanic, but we also maintain other towns' fleet, and we give it the benefit of the funds for the labor on that to us, and that helps offset our maintenance. What we're doing with it currently is building up that account to get ready for when the new building opens. So when our new building opens, we'll be able to ramp up the maintenance program much further than we are right now. We're kind of space constrained right now, so we can't do anything. I can get to work in a second, but we're just space constrained. And so we're kind of just, we're building the piggy bank up so that when it's time to really hit the ground, we have the money to buy a $20,000 part to fix the truck, which is not a lot, unfortunately, for these trucks. And we have to have that in the kitty to do that. And so we'll be able to do that, and it's a good program, and very excited about it. We got about $27,000 into the account now, and it's growing, very quickly. We have a bunch of trucks in right away.
Chief, just to make clear again for the committee or anyone watching at home, when we say like building up the bank, this is a revolving fund
Correct.
that town meeting adopted, and the money going in there is in general fund tax dollars. This is, we charge other fire departments to bring their apparatus to us, and our mechanic fixes it as a second priority only when he's not performing work to keep our fleet online.
Exactly. Easton trucks always come first, and our ultimate goal with this program is that once we build it out, once the new buildings are here, that it will pay for all the Easton fire truck maintenance without coming from the tax base. So we can now maintain our own fleet from the payments we're getting from other towns. That's the ultimate model. We're getting there. We'll certainly get there when the buildings are built. It's just a bit of an incremental wait until then. I wish it was tomorrow, very much so. We talked about regional dispatch, technical rescue team. It would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars in equipment and training to have everything we need. If there was a structural collapse, you were trapped in a trench, anything like that where you need technical skills, lifting and shoring. We don't run to those calls very often, but when they do happen, we need somebody, so we all participate in the team. And from some perspective on that, there's no funding for that. We got some grant funding for the equipment initially. We fund that team's equipment needs through the Bristol County Fire Chiefs do a clam boil fundraiser every year, and we actually go and serve people food. They would donate time and buy a ticket to raise money for the technical rescue team. So these are things that we're doing as a collaborative effort because we recognize the need. It's fun to do it, don't get me wrong, I enjoy going, but it's not funded from anybody's tax dollars. We're going and serving clams, and people enjoy it, but that's how we raise money to keep these teams going. Our regional dive team, same way, grants funded, and a lot of free volunteer time from our firefighters to train on that. Statewide hazardous materials team, another effort that we don't have to pay for, that we reap the benefit of. We actually house one of their trucks in town, which is a big benefit because it's right here if we need it. So that's a great thing. We'll keep that even in the new buildings. And we have some EMD stuff, which is emergency management. We're required to participate, have an emergency preparedness committee, but by doing it regionally, we don't have to fund it. It's done by elsewhere. There are bigger grants to get when you regionally do it. So it's a great program to be in. And these are just some of the efforts, like our regional fireground effort. Instead of having to pay people to come and help us out at a fireground, we end up getting a benefit with Mansfield, who in our CERT team, who come to our fires, who help us outside of the firefighters, make sure we're hydrated, make sure we have what we need, make sure we have lights. And they do that, and it costs us $500 a year. That's a win. That's a win all day long. So great things with those. And we'll talk about stipend positions. We have our, these are all people who do extra stuff who are already on our job, full-time. That's not their regular job, and they pick up extra things from training, fire equipment, our air packs, IT, radios, our safe for student education. They're all in there. And they're managing to keep up with 1,700 pieces of equipment that we have to take care of every year, life-saving equipment that we have to maintain and take care of. And there's nobody full-time that just does that. You know, the two of us are pretty busy with just keeping the department running, and the great firefighters we have step up and get this done. And their stipends are between $500 and $2,000 a year, which is not a lot when you relative to the hours they're putting in. So there's just dedication that really makes them there. So this is our last slide before we go into our little interactive thing. I want to point out the fact that we are, when we look at the slide, when we're at 8 and we have 2 medicals at the same time, we have 0. And when those ambulances go to the hospital, we have 4. We had a fire recently where we were at 4 because the ambulances were out, and 2 people got to the fire, no shift commander in his own car, which we'll talk about, and had to fight the fire and then find out there's somebody inside, go get that person out, and then go back and put the fire out, or at least hold it, for 5 minutes by themselves. 5 minutes in the fire service is an eternity. It's an absolute eternity before the next truck got there. 2 fires in a row now, the ambulances have been at the hospital. Why? Because they're 70% busier than they were 10 years ago. When they're in, the staffing's great, but they're out so often that it's hard to, everybody says, oh, there's a fire, the ambulance can be at the hospital. We think that way because that's what happens. And 2 fires in a row, that's what's happened. So the ambulance is great revenue to the town, helps support the fire department, but the side effect of that is that they're at the hospital. And if they're at the hospital 10, 12 times a day for an hour apiece or an hour and a half apiece, 2 hours apiece, you lose that effectiveness. So if we were to talk about funds, if any additional funds, first thing we'll talk about is the need that we have a dedicated officer not on a fire truck, dedicated to command, which we'll show you in a second. That is a critical need regardless of any funding the town is seeking or going forward or whatever this committee decides to do. That's something we absolutely must address. It has to be addressed in any scenario. If future funds were available, our line staff is where it needs to go. As much as I'd love to have a second deputy like all of our towns around us, we need staff on the line. We need firefighters. We need a 12 drop to 9 model so we have more potentially there and also an officer dedicated in the car. Staffing on the line has to be our priority, at least for the near future. There's just no way around it. So solving the officer in the car, having the car where the officer can actually be command of these very intricate incidents, and eventually, if the funding was there, trying to take the shift from 12 drop to 9, that's where we would need to go. So that's going to take us into, I'm just going to switch computers here real quick. We'll talk a little bit about how we run out of people so quickly. So I presented this a lot over the years. So this is my 11th year as a chief, and I presented this a lot. And when I verbalize this, I get that glazed over look from people or the nod of politeness, but a lot of people don't really grasp what's going on. So just make sure that comes up.
You unplug it for a second.
Sure.
Plug it back in.
All right.
Might have to jump in, Dottie.
It worked this morning.
I witnessed it.
So while we work on that, when we're at 9 or better, an officer is in a car who is dedicated to command. The fire service is like an orchestra. Without a conductor as our officer, you're asking the orchestra to try to figure out everything without a leader. We're pretty good at it, but it's dangerous. And when really bad, high-risk calls with people trapped in homes or fire, we're trying to save another home happens, it's very hard. If you took the Boston Symphony Orchestra and took the conductor away, to Keith Lockhart away from the pops, like, what are they going to do? And that's where we are every day when we're at 8. We can't do it. And we got lucky this last time that the officer was able to be a firefighter and still manage to do it. But while that's being worked on, if we're positioned in our 3 stations, and this is the same if we were in a 2-station model. The only difference in a 2-station model is that we're better positioned with our engines. It doesn't change the fact that there's still only 8 firefighters, and when they go on 2 medicals, that's it. So, one question I always get is, well, why do we send a fire truck with every medical? That would solve all your problems. Because the amount of work we have to do with a medical, lifting things, putting cardiac monitors on, starting IVs in the home, you can't carry all that down in a chair. A person's got to go in a stair chair, you got to carry them down. You can't carry them down, carry all this equipment, and get them in the truck with 2 people. Doesn't work, and we get hurt trying to do it. So we send the engine to help. Well, why don't you send them in a little car? Well, the problem is that would be fine, except for the fact we can't predict when fires or other accidents happen. And what that results is that if we send a Ford Explorer to back up the firefighters on the ambulance, and then a fire comes in, we basically have to take that Ford Explorer, drive back to the fire station to get in the fire truck to go to your fire. We take the fire engine with us so we can respond at any point with all the equipment we need to protect you all. That's why the fire truck goes. And we also get the question, like, why do you need such a long ladder truck? It's not that we have tall buildings, it's the reach off the road. If your house is 50 feet off the road, I hope I've got a 100-foot ladder truck to make that reach to get to your roof or your window to get you out. That's why we have a 100-foot long ladder truck. It's not height, it's reach. Mm-hmm. So when we go down to 8, we lose that conductor. When we're at 9, we gain that back. So 2 medicals, all 8 are gone. But if we had 9 in those 2 medical scenario, the officer's still free in their car. They have a truck that they would drive around, and they can go to another call. They can pick which call they need to go to. They're available to answer calls, to meet mutual aid. I didn't break it, I swear.
No, yeah, no.
So, and they were able to go mutual aid and deal with, like, meet a Stoughton ambulance, put an Easton face on the call. They're most familiar with where the address is. And most importantly, when there's an actual fire, what happens when there's an actual fire is, even if we were at full staff, you're still bringing in 5 or 6 departments with fire trucks, and they're all calling on the radio at the same time. And what happens is, picture being the person in charge, having to be in the building and be a firefighter and not be in charge, right? You really can't. And the reason I brought my prop here is because this is what it's like. Picture being inside a smoke-filled house, trying to fight a fire because there's not enough people to be outside to be command. You got this thing on your face, You're trying to talk to people, you're trying to call on the radio, and 5 fire trucks are trying to ask you what can they do to help. And you can't answer that because you're covered in smoke, heat, and everything else. Commanders have to be outside. We don't do that now. We can do it. We're close to being able to do it, but we're not there yet. So that's one of the big things. That was kind of what this was going to do, but hey, we can adapt.
It says
So-
check the controller.
It's all good. I can verbalize it. I've been doing it for years. So,
Oh, we got it.
oh no! I almost wish it didn't work now. All right. Well, I won't spend as much time on it because we spent a little time there. But what I will show you is that if you take what I really want to show is what happens with the stations. So, and this is an 8-person scenario at our minimum, which is most of the time. This is the officer's car. It's not in service. Okay. The red helmet is the officer. So now you're stuck with you have these 3 trucks. This truck is a station 2. Remember, this will still apply in a 2-station system. It's just we move the helmets around a little bit. And then down at station 3 on Bay Road, you've got 2 trucks and 2 firefighters. That's a troublesome thing. So let's say we have a medical emergency. We would take, and it comes out, the ambulance is going to come out of station 3. So you can see okay, good. They've got to decide, the 2 firefighters, do I take the fire engine or do I take the ambulance? Well, it's a medical emergency. We're going to take that ambulance. So the ambulance comes over, the 2 firefighters go with it. Now this truck has nobody there to staff it. So there's no fire engine down in the south, and that is for all intents and purposes out of service. Now the fire engine's got to go help them. So let's say this station goes with their engine. So there you go. All right, so there's your first medical. Now you've got a second medical comes in, which is that flip that coin, happens all the time. The engine's going to go. The ambulance is going to go. Now our officer's not in this car, so he's got to be a firefighter on the engine. And the 2 firefighters go on the ambulance. So far, so good? Mm-hmm. Now what happens is, guess what? The ladder truck's not available. And that ladder truck doesn't come back until the ambulance comes back from the hospital. So we don't have a long of a ladder truck. Now the ambulances go to the hospital with their firefighters, and that leaves 4 people left in town. So you got 4 firefighters now at the hospital with 2 ambulances, and there's 4 people left. They could go back to the fire station, they could go to another call. We have no ambulances, so it would have to come from one of our mutual aid partners if we have another medical. But here's what happens. This is what happened at Columbus Ave. This scenario is exactly what happened. We had, this truck was in quarters, and this truck was coming back to quarters. Right as they got into quarters, the call for the fire came in. They responded to the house fire with 2 people. This truck was 5 minutes behind them. So now the clock starts, 5 minutes. It's a long time for us to sit in silence if we had to do it. They were told by the residents, and by no means am I throwing shade because it is a chaotic scene for any resident going through this, that everybody was out. And what ended up happening was they realized quickly that right about the time they were set to put the fire out, there was still someone in a wheelchair inside. Our firefighters, before this truck even got there, had to drop everything, reposition, and go do rescue inside the house, which meant when this truck's coming up, it's hard for the officer to tell them what to do. They're in the middle of a chaotic moment. Mutual aid is going to start to show up asking, hey, what can I do? 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 And I'm trying to be repetitive like that on purpose because you just still got this thing on and you're trying to make it happen. If you were in a different scenario, you would have an additional firefighter. So when you put everybody at the house fire, even if you had your ambulances at the hospital, you're going to have the 2 trucks at the fire with your 4 firefighters. And guess what's different? There's someone actually there in their car, right here, to answer the radio when Stoughton says, hey, Easton Fire, I'm on the approach. I hear you guys are really busy. What can I do for you? I need you out front. See me, I'll give you a job. Versus him inside saying, on the radio. And that's what we face. And it's super hard. And that's why when I say the thing we need the most is staffing, because that's what we need. In any scenario, this breaks apart. You can do this house fire scenario. You could be at a car accident with a serious car accident, having a helicopter there. You're going to have 2 engines and 2 ambulances potentially. Now a house fire comes in. At least someone can break free. They can break free and start to figure out what's going on and help our mutual aid partners. So I want everybody to understand that although we have 50 FTEs, it disappears every day, multiple times a day, and we have zero. And I think it's really important to understand what minimum staffing is. If we had 11 around the clock, this would be a different conversation. We don't, and that's not feasible to fund that right now, and I understand that. But to get to that 9, that's a must. So that's an absolute risk we have. You know, we spent a little more time than I anticipated just verbalizing, so I'm not going to go through any more scenarios. But I think you understand, and I was given the permission to, because we're not going to bring the screen back up, if there were any scenario-based questions you may have had regarding this, to ask those now. We'll do all the PowerPoint earlier. We'll do that later. But if there's any questions about the minimum staffing model, if you had them, I would entertain those now happily.
Just one question about the
sure.
mutual aid, which
Yeah.
is SEMRIC is the one that's responsible for calling in whoever they're calling in.
Correct.
Right, so they make the judgment call based on availability, based on whatever it might be at that moment, and then that's where mutual aid's coming from. But in this situation, like you're just saying, when they get on site, it's a crapshoot the second they show up.
So, yeah, so a couple pieces to that. So when you have a structure fire or any incident requires more staff than we have, SEMREC will get us what we need, but it's on us to tell them that we need it.
Right.
So not only do you have to be, you know, rolling up on scene, analyzing what's going on with this fire or this terrible car accident or whatever you're doing, if you're not in your own car, you're trying to treat the patient or put the fire out at the same time you're trying to tell SEMREC, I need more help.
Right.
You tell them they're going to get it like that. They're very good. But then the flip side is 5, 8 minutes, 10 minutes later, you've got everybody hitting you at once with on the radio. Then they're all in front of you. And as somebody who's commanded my share of fires over the years, they all come right in your face because they want to help. Mm-hmm. And it is super chaotic for that first 15 minutes. And if you're still trying to pull hoses in a building, it doesn't work. Right. But if you're able to set yourself up and have an accountability board and get ready and give them clear instructions, the fire goes so much better. The incident goes so much better. And that's what I kind of want to reinforce today. I want to really hit minimum staffing versus FTEs because they both exist and they both act differently for the department.
You mentioned that there's 22,000 hours. That would be, I don't know if that's paid time off that yields that
Correct.
2.5. How is that calculated? Is that just the entitled PTO?
Correct. So that's vacation, partial holiday, because they could buy out some holiday. That's their personal time. When you add up all those things, and again, we didn't count the hours we got to cover for IOD because that artificially lowers the shift level, which means we inherit more overtime because of it. Because they're limited to 3 off per shift for just vacation and holiday by contract. But personal day pushes over overtime, sick time pushes over for overtime, additional overtime, and IOD pushes over for overtime.
What does IOD stand for?
Injured on duty. Sorry.
Oh, that's right.
So any in the
Thank you.
injured on duty costs don't count against that. So we inherit that as an additional cost. Because we still have to provide the opportunity to take 3 people that have time off.
And so injured on duty for both police and fire, I think most folks probably wouldn't want to contest like the moral reality that you want to take care of paying for the pay of first responders if they're hurt on the job, but that is a state mandate. That's statutorily required.
We have to do that.
So that's not a bargaining thing. That's the law.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right then. No other questions?
Denise Higgins on virtual has a question.
Oh, sure.
Can you say she can unmute?
Denise, you can unmute.
Denise, can you unmute so we can hear your question?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm wondering if there's a chance that we become a town that the mutual aid responding town will characterize us as problematic, such that we tip their own safety or we use mutual aid too much.
You're absolutely right. One of the things that happens is that slide earlier I showed about the percentage of mutual aid going up. When we start drawing in more and more towns in here more frequently, you get that reputation. As a matter of fact, I saw an email today from a fire chief from the western part of the state who's dealing with that exact scenario and trying to figure out if there's a financial way to recuperate some of that aid that he's giving to another town, because that other town isn't staffing themselves in a way to cover their own emergencies. So mutual aid is meant to help you in unusual circumstances. If you're relying on it as part of your staffing model, that's a really bad method because you're counting on them being available. And I guarantee you Stoughton has gone out on multiple calls just in the time that we've been talking tonight. And we rely on Stoughton and West Bridgewater. And West Bridgewater is running 4 or 5 firefighters. There's not a lot to help there. Mansfield, they're running 8. Norton runs 8 like we do as a minimum, but they're a little bit more because they're a little bit slower than we are. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You don't want to gain that reputation. It causes a lot of problems. For sure. It's a great observation.
Team, any more questions on the minimum staffing and the modeling, just so that if you have any, we could use this simulation?
Right, and obviously, if there's questions around the fire budget more generally, the chief will still be here. It's just
Oh, absolutely.
about the
Absolutely, just for this
I'm
simulation,
only going to plug this one more time because I don't want to mess it up again. So.
right?
And then I think,
right.
thank you, Chief. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you.
And the last of the town departments is Director of Public Works, Dave Field.
Is it safe to pull out, Sean?
Sure.
Do you want me to stop it?
That wasn't convincing.
I feel like you're very close, like on the button. Don't get spooked.
Stop sharing.
Don't hit the wrong thing.
Boy, my presentation comes back.
You definitely are.
We have no Sean, but I can press the button.
You are definitely not Sean.
You can say.
Sean's no Dottie, for the record.
All right, it's here. Oh, you gotta. Here we are again.
You may need to, if that was left in presenter mode, you may need to exit out of presenter mode and then hit restart from this slide to get the
Yeah.
HDMI to pick it up.
For the record, Dottie's hitting buttons. You might want to give it a second.
I just switched shifts to the sharing.
Here, let's. Try Connor's method. Yeah, it's just hard with this, so plug that back in after. You try. Okay.
There we go.
Aha.
Well done, Dottie.
Success.
Well done. Well played.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Dave Field, Director of Public Works. I'll try to go quick because I know we're running a little late on time, but DPW is made up of 40 full-time equivalents across 4 divisions: administration, highway, buildings, grounds, and water. Just, everyone knows what police and fire do, and Kristen did a great job telling about health and community services, but not everyone knows exactly what DPW does, so I'm just going to take a couple seconds and go through it. We are responsible for road maintenance, 117 miles of public roads, 1 million miles of line striping, 260 miles of roadside to mow. We supply 605 million gallons of water. That was in calendar year 23. 92,000 meter reads and send out 32,000 water bills. We handle snow and ice for 17 million square feet of pavement. We maintain all the buildings in town, including schools, 794,000 square feet of building space. We completed over 1,000 work orders in 2023. We handle grounds maintenance for all property in town, including the schools, 42 acres of sports fields, 176 acres of general mowing, 9 playgrounds, the turf field, 29 cemeteries. A significant amount of time on grounds maintenance. We handle trees. We have a forestry department that did about 389 trees in 2023 and trimmed another 197. Now we handle almost all town vehicles except for fire, because their mechanic is on staff, but 136 town vehicles are managed by DPW, including police. We handle the geographic information system for the whole town. This includes the assessor's database, all the mapping. We had 32,000 user sessions last year. We handle the sewer. North Easton Village, Queesit in 5 Corners, collected over 26 million gallons of sewage in 2023. Maintain the North Easton Village wastewater treatment plant, 4 pump stations, a siphon, odor control station, permitting for people wanting to connect, the inspections of those connections, TV inspection of the internal sewer lines, which is required, and cleaning. We handle stormwater. We have over 5,000 drainage structures, 390,000 linear feet of drain lines. We handle our stormwater permit compliance. We clean a lot of catch basins, inspect a lot of outfalls and culverts. We also handle the solid waste and recycling and administration. We have 4,700 subscribers. This is our #1 call to DPW. We handle all the billing. And we also handle all the barrel drops, new services, repairs, things like that. It takes up a lot of time for our staff. We own our own streetlights and maintain them. We save a significant amount of money by doing this. Last year we maintained 50 streetlights, but we also have to transfer streetlights. So every time there's a new pole, and there's been a lot of new poles lately, any time there's a streetlight on that pole, we have to transfer it over. And people like to hit poles all the time. You know, our partners at Police and Fire know that. So there's a lot of poles being replaced constantly. We also handle engineering project management. We perform site plan and subdivision review. We do in-house design, permitting, survey, and layout for various projects. I'll go through some of those a little later. But we're managing $185 million in current and future capital projects through DPW administration. Those are things like the Depot Street Corridor Improvement Project, which was just completed last year. The Elm Street TIP project, which is ongoing right now, hopefully out to bid soon. The Foundry Street project, which is just in design. Construction of our water treatment plants, our water main replacement projects, our PFAS treatment plants, and then the building project, which we're currently working on for the public safety complex. So just some examples of some of the special projects that we do in-house. This was a school field expansion where we took a small practice field, removed about 13,000 cubic feet of material, and made a nice new expanded multi-purpose field. Town hall drainage improvements. There was a failed system here, so we designed it and built it in-house. Handled the town hall exterior renovations and restoration. Needed to design a new septic system, so we did that in-house, built it in-house. We designed and administered the construction of the OA Court reconstruction project, from design to our finished product, which was a great product. Handled, like I said, the Red Mill Road water treatment plant. Our PFAS treatment plants. There's the Depot Street reconstruction, where we put up a new signal at Center Street and moved the monument. And then smaller projects, like the entryway to the town clerk's office, completely did that in-house, modified those things, worked with fire to build them some new bunk rooms. And there's a shot of the proposed public works facility that will be in the public works complex. So again, that's taking a tremendous amount of time for our project management ability. Then we do miscellaneous things, like we operate our landfill. So there's an active gas collection and flare system there that we're required to monitor, air, groundwater, and surface water monitoring. We administer grant programs like our Green Communities grant programs, other competitive grant programs like Safe Routes to School or Complete Streets, small bridge program grants. We were successful in getting almost $500,000 for South Street, and we're working on currently the design on repairs to the Main Street culvert. We handle bridge and culvert inspections with our partners at Mass DOT. We perform traffic evaluations and traffic safety evaluations, design and recommend improvements. And then we handle health and safety issues at our facilities, employee training, and DLS and OSHA compliance. It takes a lot of training to stay up on all that. And there's more miscellaneous things like Arbor Day plantings, Household Hazardous Waste Day, voting setups, graduation. If there is not a town department that actually has that duty in their name, it usually falls into DPW. And probably our most important role is as a first responder, working with our partners at Police and Fire. We do have a lot of emergencies that do come up. Just last year, we had a large sinkhole on Bay Road, opened up due to a failed drain line, and then we had a tornado in 2023 in July. So those seem to happen on a kind of a routine basis. We've had a lot of those issues, and we continue to. So that's just a little overview of what DPW does, just to give you an idea. So looking at the budget, as Connor mentioned before, our overall budget is about $12.5 million. Most of that is enterprise funds, with a small portion of that being the general fund. So you can see 31% of our budget is out of the general fund. And I can break that down further. So out of the general fund, 64% of our department is payroll. That's a lot less than some of our partners. We do have some expenses. We have about 23% of that, or 900,000 is expenses, and then snow and ice is almost 500,000. But when you look at where those expenses are, there's not a lot of discretionary funds here. Our biggest expense is utilities. DPW handles the utilities for DPW, for town hall, for all parks. We handle the electricity, water, all that stuff for all the town facilities other than like police and fire or COA. Repair and maintenance of our vehicles. It's a huge budget item. We have to keep these vehicles moving. Our next biggest is signs, striping, and signals. Almost $88,000. That budget keeps going up. Our striping budget keeps going up. The cost of materials is escalating rapidly. Used to cost about $30,000 to stripe the town. Now we're up to about $70,000, so it's very expensive. And then we go down, vehicle, gas and oil, highway materials. Highway materials are things like catch basins, pipe, stone, where we do some repairs, isolated small repairs. The landfill monitoring, that's set. We can't do anything about that. We have to do that. And then we get to smaller items, but even like telephone and communications, we pay for a good portion of the town's communications out of our budget. Cleaning custodial, we handle the cleaning at town hall. Even office equipment and supplies, we handle the copier supplies and copier maintenance for town hall and DPW, things like that. So we do have a pretty big expense budget compared to some of our partners, but a lot of those are spoken for with just costs that we have to spend.
Dave, could you do me a huge favor and just go back one slide? I just want to make sure everybody understands that what we mean when we say what an enterprise budget is. Does everybody fully grasp that? Or is it worth it for us to take just a minute or two to talk about what that is and why we treat it separately?
Yeah, you want to?
I'm going to say I don't.
Okay,
Fair.
cool. So thank you, Tom.
It's a good question.
So when a lot of what we focus on, a lot of the biggest departments, the needs people are usually focusing on at town meeting, programs, positions relating to schools, public safety, those are funded through the general fund. The general fund is your property taxes, your state revenue, your meals tax, ambulance receipts, that type of thing. So that, to the extent DPW is funded by property taxes and things like that, they get $3.84 million right now per year. That represents 31% of the financial responsibilities annually of Dave.
Go
and
back
his
one more
departments.
slide too to highlight. So
Enterprise fund accounts, which is the majority, I think 69% of the financial responsibility of DPW, those are accounts specifically water, sewer, trash, and recycling that are public services, but under state law, we are able to fund them through a user fee. So that's not something that's just paid for out of your property taxes. So you pay for trash through your quarterly bill, water through your quarterly bill, sewer if you're in the sewer district through your quarterly bill. So over time, in our shared tenure, Dave and I both started in 2012, Public Works, the enterprise budgets that DPW is responsible for have grown substantially. When you think about something like PFAS plants, right, an unfunded mandate, we have to build those plants. We have to fund the debt service associated with those plants out of that water account. And then the select board, who are also the water commission and also the sewer commission and also the rent control board for the mobile home park, have to set rates. Unlike Prop 2.5, which is, doesn't matter what inflation is, 2.5, enterprise accounts, they're called business-based accounts because you can actually do a long-term cost analysis of your staff and your obligations and then set a rate to meet it. So they have a cost impact on the cost of living in town, but they don't have a direct impact as far as whether or not the operating budget is strained or not.
And there aren't caps necessarily. Like, how are those rates decided?
So you usually do what's called a rate study. And
Okay.
so you would work with Public Works, accounting, and engineering firms to come in and they do rate modeling based on comparative analysis. And they'll show you, okay, for a community this size with this many customers with this type of flow, Here are the different types of models. You could do escalating rate structures, like in Easton. I think the larger service you have, the higher per gallon cost.
Incline block rate, yeah.
Yes, incline block rate. And you look at those figures and then you make a business decision on what's needed. In Easton, our water, even with the rate increases we've had to do, that enterprise account used to be, I think, 2 million and change per year. It's at 5 now. It is going to continue to grow to meet the debt service associated with PFAS, associated with building Red Mill Road, associated with the water division portion of the building project. Even with those increases, Easton's water is comparatively, I hate using the word cheap, but it is very affordable, right, compared to Foxborough and other communities. Our sewer rate is expensive because we do not have, whereas we have a water enterprise account that serves the supermajority of the town, we had no sewer until 2013 and 14, and so we have very comparatively small sewer districts that are excluding the one in Five Corners that ties into a regional plant. They are very economically inefficient, so those have higher use rates.
Has there ever been a time when Easton said, we need more money here, let's hike up the water bill? Is that a thing, or?
Yeah, yes, we do it. So I mean, not like as a surprise.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
It has to go to the water usage, though.
Yeah.
Like the two have to be
like
tied.
it has to fund.
Yep.
You can't. Yes.
Right.
That's right.
Right.
Yes. We can't. Thank you for pointing out. That's part of what we do. We do financial audits every year. We have an outside auditor audit our books, and that's part of it. They make sure there's a very limited siloed category of what are called indirect enterprise fees, where okay, you're administering the waste management program, but that is a huge amount of phone calls for your staff. So you could offset a small amount of the general fund liability to your enterprise fund, but we can't look at our financial position and say our water is comparatively cost effective. Our property tax may not be, so we're going to raise water and move that money over here. That's.
But you can say we're going to raise water to pay for PFAS plants
Correct.
and all that. Yeah.
Yes. Right. Whereas with other unfunded mandates that schools have talked about, police, fire have talked about, Dave has talked about, that hit your operations, we can't just say, oh, we got a mandate, so taxes go up above 2.5.
Yeah.
And it still needs resident approval for the residents still can stay engaged in terms of how much we charge for the water, whether it's via participation in the select board meeting when rates are being set, or we made the vote to acquire PFAS treatment facilities at town meeting.
I see.
Right.
We still maintain that. So to me, the water expense would grow commensurate largely with what the demands are that we as residents place on it, largely. The one other thing I'll point out, only because I remember it, and I apologize for putting you on the spot, but I believe that the water capital equipment is on average a younger age than the rest of the equipment. So where I'm going with it, Jocelyn, is where you have the flexibility or the understanding to have more of a, I guess I'll use the word business or enterprise account model, you largely have, well, I'm not saying they're brand new vehicles every year, I'm not saying that at all, but they are younger, which leads to less R&M, whereby on the general fund side, where we just have to use the normal capital allocation process, those vehicles on average last longer. Is that still
and that's a great point. So I'll just talk to what Tom said. Basically, we have an ideal age for our vehicles. On the water side, we can meet that ideal age because we have the ability to do that. And when we do, our vehicle maintenance cost is very consistent. On the DPW side, we are part of the general fund, and we don't usually get what we need. You know, we all need things, and we're constrained. So we should be spending about $795,000 a year on vehicles. We usually get about half of that. And it's great that we get what we get, but then when you look at the repair and maintenance costs on the DPW side versus the water side, and these are the same vehicles and the same people working on them. So it's not like we have different people. We spend double what we do on the water is what we're spending on the DPW side, the operation side, the general fund side. So it just goes to show you, if you replace your assets and keep them appropriately aged, it's cheaper to run than waiting too long. You know, the misnomer is that if you defer replacement, you'll save money. It goes the other way. You actually spend more money. So that was a good point. Thank you.
Appreciate it. And I'll bring that full circle now. Well, when we talk about our operating budgets and we talk about the revenue that we're going and the expenses and how at the end of the year, it's ideal to have a certain amount of free cash that enables you to participate more in a capital manner. When you start eating into that free cash, you start to see the beginning of I guess I'll call it a negative flywheel of, now things are getting older. Now things are costing more. Now I don't have more free cash. Now it's costing me more because things are getting older. And there's just a lot of interplay. And I believe the general fund is a great way to contrast the way there are different thought processes around our assets and how that has operating expense impact downstream.
Thank you.
Sure.
And sorry, just not to make this longer, but Tom had a really important point. The rates are discussed publicly, voted publicly, and they are attributable back to budgets that are passed at town meeting, and any capital still has to go through a town meeting appropriation process. So it's not as if we say, oh good, business-based account, this is what we need done. There's still that accountability and direct transparency for folks.
All right, so going to budget considerations, so we continue to work with fewer bodies than are recommended, basically on any metric you can look at. We do need additional money. The town needs additional money for buildings, roads, and our fleet. Just like we talked about, deferring replacement actually costs you more money. It doesn't save you anything. And a big issue we've seen is inflation and material costs have really impacted our budgets. So looking at some staffing metrics, so for building maintenance, you should have a building maintenance technician. These are skilled trades people, carpenters, electricians, HVAC people, not cleaning or custodians, but those skilled trades. We should have 17 for our total building inventory. We have 6, and one of the, we really have 5. Budgeted for 6, we have a position that we just can't fill for what we're offering out there. On the vehicle maintenance side,
Dave, you lost over that quick when you're saying what we're offering. You're talking about we are not competitive with the market with skilled trades. And
true. There's a trade we have for building automation tech. We just can't find someone to take the job.
That's right. But I think that's really important to highlight because invariably when so much of our budgets are salary, folks may come back and say, well, maybe you're paying people too much. Right. And when you have fewer people, it's really important you're retaining good people because they're wearing multiple hats. But even with that, we have certain positions that depending on where the private sector is. I mean, it took years for us to fill a plumber.
Yes.
Right.
Yep.
Because it is just that is a real, even with public health, with the healthcare package that comes with a public sector job with a defined benefits retirement, which is incredible. It took us years to be able to get somebody to come take that position at what we can pay it.
So that's part of our skilled trades. And again, so we really have 5 effective people in that department. One of them is a supervisor working on our building maintenance. And so we're way below on that. Vehicle maintenance, very similar. Based on the way you break down the complexity of the vehicles, you put into maintenance repair units. So, a sedan is a 1 maintenance repair unit, but a sweeper is 8. It's a lot more complicated, there's a lot more maintenance needed. So you look at the composition of our fleet, we should have 6.5 full-time mechanics. We have 2. So again, it's a major issue. When police come in, we usually drop most things because police need to get back out there. So it really puts a hindrance on keeping our fleet operational. The operational audit from 2014, 17, identified highway as the second lowest staffed in the audit and identified DPW as the lowest staffed. And then looking at our core communities now, we're 10th out of 14 per capita, 5th out of 6 for our neighboring, and 6th out of 9th for our core communities. And very similar to police, and fire, if you put us to the average per capita, we'd need $782,000 in our budget just to be average. So we are definitely on the low end. I have a shot on overtime. Ours is a little different. We don't have to staff 365, but you can see we do spend a significant amount of money on overtime. A lot of that is building related. These are 911s that really have to, no heat, plumbing leaks, things like that have to be done. Most of our work that we do in the schools can't be done during class time, so it's usually an overtime thing. So our overtime's been steady, but it's not the biggest issue we have. And then on infrastructure itself, to maintain our roads, we use Chapter 90 as our main funding source now. For several years, we were able to fund $500,000 in local capital, and that really helped because that pushed us over. At the time, this is going back a few years ago, we were spending, $1.3 million on roads. Right now, we should be spending probably $1.5 to $1.8 million on roads per year, and we're only looking at state level funding Chapter 90. So we're way below on our spending level. So what that's going to do is our level of service for our roads will go down. There's no question about it. We're doing our best to maintain, and we use preventative maintenance techniques. We use all the latest things to try to keep our roads in good shape. But again, it's just there's a funding gap there. On the building side, it's recommended to spend about 2% of the replacement value of your building on maintenance, preventative maintenance, and capital repairs. So for the town side, that would be $720,000 a year. We're nowhere near that. We generally come in, we've been able to fund $200,000 a year here and there, but not consistently. And on the fleet, like we talked about before, our fleet age ideally should be 12 years old based on the composition of our fleet. A heavy dump truck can last 15 years, where a light truck would be 7 or 9 or 12, depending on how heavy duty it was. So you look at that, our ideal age should be 12 years. We're at 17, and that's including the water vehicles. When you break out the DPW general fund side, our age is more like 20 years, where the water is at 12. So that's where you can see really the maintenance costs to maintain those vehicles are significantly different because water is at their ideal age, where DPW is well behind it. Some of the infrastructure concerns we have, we have 117 miles of road, sidewalk, we have 170 miles of water main, 197 culverts. There is, other than the water main replacement, which we are doing $1.5 million a year in replacement on that, but that is, again, enterprise funds, so we have that ability. That probably needs to go up significantly as well in the future. We really have no mechanism other than our Chapter 90, which covers our roads and sidewalks. In our roads, we have a $22 million backlog right now. That doesn't include sidewalks. And every time we touch a road, we have to fix and repair curb ramps, things like that, per ADA guidelines. So we really don't have the money we should be spending. And we have, for the other things, we have no source of revenue or budget to address these. All these things have a finite life. They all have a useful service life. And almost all those culverts, drain lines, drainage structures are well past their useful life. So this is a concern. We do repairs as much as we can. We basically have a failed catch basin. Someone calls, there's a hole in the road, we go out, catch basin collapse, we'll rebuild it. But there's no comprehensive or systematic way for us to fund replacing those assets. And that's just going to get worse as we go forward. So as an example, we had a sinkhole open up on Bay Road while we were plowing last year. Basically, our fully loaded sander went down the road, looked in the mirror and saw a giant hole behind him. Luckily, the truck didn't fall in it. We shut the road down, did a temporary repair, came back out, inspected the whole drain line and that section of pipe. Basically, it's corrugated metal pipe and it's completely gone. So the only thing holding it up were the ribs. You can see dirt between all the ribs of the corrugated metal pipe. So that was quite alarming. That was 1,200 linear feet that we're actually finishing up the repair now. We're doing that now. We've been doing that for the last 3 weeks. Just the materials alone are $125 a linear foot. That is with our maintenance, our own personnel doing the work. So we have about 125,000 linear feet of drain line, corrugated metal drain line in town. And that's no longer used. It's pretty old fashioned, and it's all probably in the same condition. Just the material cost alone to replace that, 15.6 million. So that's just an example of some of the concerns I have. Like we just we run tight, but we're not even addressing some of these infrastructure issues we have. And another example is our tree backlog. So we do a lot of tree work every year, but we normally run with about 100 trees on the list that need removal. So people call in, there's a town tree in front of my house and it's dropping limbs. We'll put it on the list, but it takes a really long time for us to get there. We just don't have this dedicated staff. We have 5 grounds and forestry employees. That covers all the maintenance of all the grounds. And right now, they're all out mowing and blowing leaves. When we have Memorial Day, we're working in cemeteries. Like, you can't get out and do tree work. And then if you have a graduation setup or a voting setup, those same employees are doing those things. So we really don't have a dedicated staff that's able, because to do tree work, you need a minimum of 3. 4 would be great, but then you're completely losing during the growing season. You can't do that. So it's very hard to navigate. So that, again, it's just one of the concerns we have. And this is just one aspect. We run lean in pretty much any job or any type of task we do. Unfunded mandates, there's a lot of unfunded mandates. One of the new ones is line striping, retroreflectivity, so that's going to be coming because of autonomous vehicles. There's going to be requirements for us to do better quality line striping in the future, and it's going to be contingent on federal funding. If we don't do it, we'll risk losing federal funding. So that's a concern, because right now we use, for the most part, our roads are just chlorinated rubber. It's just standard paint. That's about 8 cents a linear foot. But going to something like thermoplastic or epoxy, we're gonna times that by 10. So it's a lot. So there's a potential for these unfunded mandates, no matter what it is, to really impact our budget and our bottom line. So I don't want to be doom and gloom. We have a great staff. We do a lot of work. But I just wanted to let you know where our budget stood, especially related to the general fund and where we operate, and some of the concerns that we have going forward. And that's all I have at this time.
So I think something important I want to point out, we've touched on in earlier presentations, is heard a lot of figures, particularly from DPW, that almost sound hopeless because of how large some of these assets are that we have to maintain against what our recurring revenue capacity is. That is why it is so critical that we have talented department heads and administrators who can win grants, right? I put in that structural revenue deficit report you've all had for some time now, that we've been able to bring, both on the town and the school side, more than $60 million in state and federal infrastructure and facilities funds to Easton the past 5 years to help make really large dents in some of those numbers that, for scale, I mean, there are years where our annual capital spend is $2 to $4 million. And so for us to be able to be bringing in tens of millions of state and federal dollars is essential. I think that also goes to the kind of perhaps perception gap sometimes, where depending on what part of town you live in, you see a lot of roads, major roads getting rebuilt. You see sewers being built, water being addressed, and those are largely funded outside of the general fund, whether it's through an enterprise fund, whether it's through a special betterment assessment for a sewer, or whether it's through state and federal dollars. And so a lot of the departments talked about, particularly at the chief and director level, in addition to managing their staff, managing their budgets, they're also trying to write grants, because we don't have a grant writer for in town, period, or for any of these departments. Why it's so important to be thinking about things like burnout with staff, including obviously the workforce on the front lines, because we need to be able to win these competitive grants to offset these structural deficits we have to meet these things. So, Dave, I don't think the USB got plugged back in. I have one final slide to close us out. One of the questions that came through Tom was, regarding the kind of clarity of the town's operating position. I hope that through hearing from the 4 largest departments, that we've done a better job communicating that. But just bringing it back to dollars and cents for the budget, every one of these departments, we highlighted the community comps, said that they were spending at the average rate. If you add that up, including general government, you'd have to take the $20 million allocation of the town's $100 million budget and increase it to $25 million to bring us to the average per person spend of our peers. No one is suggesting that. No one is asking for that. But I think that's important to note. When you look at how we build our budgets on the town side, which is typically you get a memo that says there's not going to be enough revenue next year, just do a level service, and then we cut. And so we've already started, we've been cutting into expenses over time, and we talked a lot about those items tonight. We've started reducing staff. Police lost a position this year, and we're talking about looking at things like that if the pace continues, no pun intended. And so in order to get from, to answer the question, someone said, well, what's the maintenance need, right? If we just wanted to maintain where we're at, So I took what was the actual request that came in when the departments were instructed, just maintain what you have. And that was a 6.5% increase over 24. And we cut that by 450,000 by reducing all the things we talked about tonight. Expense cuts across the board, training, certain programs being kept in grants when they shouldn't be, and reducing police staff. So to get to a number of what is just maintenance get to of where we're at, you take the balanced budget we passed, which was 20,678,000. You restore those 454,000 in cuts. We know there's a $150,000 increase coming as a 911 grant expires. So SEMREC will still be a much better economic proposition, even when it's at 600,000 next year. But that is an increase that we can. We've talked about tonight some of the really essential first responder and mental health programming is still carried in ARPA. Part of the police operating budget actually is still relying on ARPA for layoff restorations from COVID. And that money is now going to go away. And so that's roughly 300. That brings you just to filling the kind of gaps of the cuts and the things we had to move around to get through this year to 21.5 million. Assuming going into next year, we keep the budget growth to 3.5%, which is not an easy feat in the current environment. But prior to this year, it's pretty typical the town departments really try to bring things in between 2.5 to maybe 4%. You're looking at 22.34 million, which is an 8% increase over where we are right now. Somebody here made the point, it's 5%, 6% is not sustainable. I know that, and I know 8's not either. So I hesitated putting all of that down, and I have my little bureaucratic preamble at the top that this is a preliminary and kind of back of the envelope estimate, but I wanted to give this as a back of the envelope for folks to understand. If the town is historically trying to get our departments between 2.5 to 4% and just keeping things where they are, we need more than double that. Going into 26, as we've kind of repeatedly been impressing, is going to be a really challenging year. So, Tom, I think you wanted folks to take a break, but you're the chair. Not me.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think this is a natural break. I'm hesitant to ask guests to give us a 10-minute break, but I think it would be helpful for people to collect their notes, thoughts, take a quick break, and then come together. I think it'll be more meaningful for questions. So it is 8:10 now. If we could all promptly be back for 8:20, that would be appreciated. And if ECAT could turn off the mics, give everybody my classic warning that mics could still be on. So
was gonna say, I feel like I don't have kids, and I haven't seen those in years.
And the red light is on, so I think that means we're live, which is great. If I could just trouble you folks to make sure those buttons are green, just in case anybody comes up, but I think we're going to probably just let you folks sit where you're at.
Yeah, we could pass the mics.
We certainly could. That would be great too. First off, let me on our behalf just say thank you so much. Obviously, you took time out of your days to put together today's presentation. You're obviously leaders who think about this every day. And for you to share it real world for us today helps us with what we're tasked to do. Brings me to my next comment. So I want to make sure you understand that any questions we may have are only designed to help us do and satisfy our charge as a committee. And really what the residents of our community asked us to do is to understand how do we ensure Easton is sustainable on a long-term basis from a fiscal perspective as compared to the services we provide, right? I think last year we all appreciated, all of us, that there were other communities, cities, and towns in Massachusetts that really had a tough go of it. And I think that's a credit to all the effort that you folks put in throughout the years in managing expenses, doing double duty, having people pull 3 positions, finding ways to fix vehicles to drive incremental revenue streams, writing grants like a champ of all grant writers. So I think what we have to do, and when we ask our questions, is only to gain an understanding so that when we go back to the residents, ultimately with a recommendation for May of 2025 town meeting, to understand what the true challenges are and where there might be latitude and where there might not, and where there might be consequences and where there might be opportunities. So we try to stay away from talking about positions, but as you folks artfully did, you articulated how much of your budgets are people, right? That we've been very thoughtful about maintaining human capital because of how critical it is and how we staff for the services we provide. So I just wanted to give that, it's a pretty big preamble, but the last thing we want is any of your team thinking that we're here to look at positions or people, because that is not it. I think I can speak for all of us that we as a community and a committee are trying to be proactive to ensure we support you in the best possible way that we think the community can. Is that a fair summary? If anybody doesn't feel that way, please raise your hand. So with that, we get to answer and question session. And I'll open it up to the team. Does anybody, do we want to go in order of presentation and start with health and services? And see if there are any questions that we had from Kristen's presentation to us. Comments, anecdotes, support, anything else that you want to do. Everything's welcome.
I have a question.
Please.
Oh, sure. So I was thinking about this with the 911 call center and the how that's the regionalization theme. So I was just curious, has anyone looked into other opportunities to regionalize, like the transportation, for example? Like if you were to work together with Foxborough on their transportation that's similar to yours, would there be opportunities to go outside of the town and take someone to, health services in other towns?
So Foxborough has GATRA, which is much bigger. So they're not an option.
Okay.
Mansfield, I think,
Explain
has.
what GATRA is, though.
I'm sorry?
What
Yeah,
GATRA
what
is.
is GATRA?
Oh,
Public
what is the
transportation?
GATRA is.
Taunton Regional Transportation Agency, probably. Yeah.
So
Okay,
they
but-
have like a formal
They already have the regional. We actually are in a very unique position compared to our other partners, similar to fire. We have 4 buses. There are days we have 3 buses out on the road. There are other communities that around us that we would possibly look at as those partners that have 1 bus and have no drivers on staff. They rely on volunteer drivers. So I have looked at it, but there's no real partner out there that could even stand toe-to-toe with us that I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm.
I think on that note too, though, we have been in, and Dottie, I'm going to segue to you because you're involved in the BAT advisory discussions. we're able to manage that partnership with that, which is the Brockton Area Transit Authority,
Okay.
to lease or be gifted spare vehicles to use for
Brand
our
new.
services.
Nope, it's a federal grant. We get them brand spanking new for $0 leases.
For us, right?
Yes.
No local tax money going to it. But we have attempted over the years to negotiate conversations of can we start getting maybe some bad stops, right? Because that's an existing regional transportation network. And Dottie, can you? I mean, the answer has always been no. But
okay.
can you elaborate on no? Or I mean, there's a ton of aspects of Easton that make it challenging for all of these departments. And one of which is that it's actually really large, and there's a ton of open space that you still have to drive by, and the density just hasn't been. Even though it's becoming more dense in certain areas, it hasn't been in a place where some of these regional transportation authorities have said this makes any sense for us to add a stop right over the line.
Yeah, so the regional for Brockton Area Transit, we've talked to them from time to time because the bus comes up to the industrial park, but it doesn't come all the way down. And so we're thinking, like with Stone Hills campus, right? There should be a lot of ridership. There just isn't. They've done a lot of studies. We've gone back to them every few years. They've said we will do a study whenever you want. But we thought as we brought new people to the community, it would be more. It really isn't. And even in their transportation routes for the areas that they cover, they're finding that to have fixed route transportation, like a bus that goes at certain times every day, they're underutilized. So they're looking at some other options, like using rideshare programs, food vouchers for that, modifying their routes. So we don't have the need. We haven't been able to demonstrate the need in Easton. What we do need is we need per service where, like what Kristen does, where someone can sign up to go to a medical appointment or to get to. I think you have times where you can go to the grocery stores, but that's not the majority of people need to go when they need to go. So that's the challenging part of it.
Right, and it's dependent on preparing a route that works. So we might be going to the Target Plaza on Thursday. We ask people to call in by Tuesday. We then our transportation coordinator has to then figure out a route that picks those people up, brings them and drops them at the various places that they would need to. Again, we try to focus where there's food, where there's pharmacy, where there are things that they need. Drop them for a short period of time, loop back around, pick them up, and then bring them all home, all while trying to balance getting somebody to their cardiologist or over to the VA, and then picking up a couple of young people that might be working at Shaw's and need rides home at the end of the day. We average about 15 riders a week that go on those shopping trips that do get them out to CVS and the pharmacies and their groceries. But the complaints or the pinch point that we have is those people who are like, I need a prescription today, right? My doctor just called in an antibiotic. I need to go get it. We don't have the response to be able to do that. We do it on occasion, and it might mean that our director jumps in a minivan and takes somebody to go get it. But it's not something that we can provide with real consistency. But that's the need. People want to, and I see it. I have, an 82-year-old mother-in-law. She relies on GATRA and being able to call them and say, I want to go here. Pick me up then. We can do that to a degree, certain number of riders a day within the hours that we're open. Mm-hmm. And even doing that, I'm 1.5 unfunded or grant funded.
Kristen, you do have some services that you do use for regionalization, right? Like, I might be wrong, but I thought you had like some nursing.
Yes, so we are part of a public health excellence grant that was given to us, Foxborough, Mansfield, Norton, Sharon, and Plainville, that augments us with some supports in epidemiology, public health nursing, and a food inspector. So we right now, we can't keep up on the food inspections. When I showed you what we need to do just to keep septic going, which again, people who are having overflowing septic systems or need their septic system replaced so that they can sell their property, they're screaming on the phone to us. They're screaming on the phone to Dottie. They're screaming on the phone to Connor. They want us. The restaurants don't care. But we do have access to that regional inspector about once every sixth working day. And he is helping out quite a bit with us meeting that minimum standard that we're required to do.
Okay.
I have a question related to transportation, but I know it won't do anything about your current expenses, but I'm wondering if there's been any appetite in town or if it's possible to have volunteer on-call drivers to expand the program. Is there a liability associated with that? Is that?
It's a big, huge liability issue. It also, our drivers that drive these buses are trained, they're CPR certified, they have to go through a training program for actually securing the wheelchairs, running the lifts, defensive driving. There's a litany of training that we have to provide. We've been very fortunate. We have had, but we're down to 3 now, backup drivers. They are wonderful gentlemen in their retirement years because we can't guarantee hours. It's needs-based. And again, they are retired. We have, in January, we'll lose 1 driver for the 2 or 3 months because he'll go down south to golf. But the liability issue with having volunteers, especially in these vehicles, it's just not something we can get beyond.
From a funding standpoint, and I don't even know if this is possible, but is that the type of job that a retiree could do, driving after they were trained to help offset their tax liability with the town? I don't know if there's a list of jobs that people can and can't do that. I know we have a program like that.
I've never explored.
Yeah,
The
we could
potential-
take a look at it.
We could take a look at it.
They
There'd
would
still
be
be all
subject
those.
to all those same standards, right? You know,
Right,
the
clean driving record,
driving
they
record check.
have to go through a DOT physical,
Right.
Every year. They have to go through all of the trainings that I mentioned, but that is not something I've ever looked at as a potential. So what Chris is referring to is the town has, a tax work-off program, it's statutorily enabled, we have a set number of positions that are for seniors that are somewhat needs and income based, and we have 15 positions that are set aside for veterans that have no age or income requirement at all. What the individuals who apply to this program do, once we have our set roster, is they are allowed to work up to 125 hours a year in service to the town at minimum wage that they are paid in a tax deduction on their property taxes. So we have individuals who are helping out at the polls that don't get paid by the town clerk's office, but will eventually get paid in the form of a tax credit. We have individuals that man the desk and the phones over at Frothingham Hall that will get that benefit. We've had people perform custodial work here and in your buildings as well. We've had filing that's been done in some of the buildings. We try to spread them out as much as we possibly can. They report their hours to a supervisor, and we tabulate that. We're in the process right now. It closed on October 31st of collecting everybody's hours and then applying those credits to their tax bill. The downside for some people that they have to weigh when they do that is it is federally reported as income. It is not reported on your state income tax. But we have run into people who all of a sudden are surprised by that and then withdraw from the program. But we're always looking for jobs. So any ideas, I will take.
Any other questions, Steve?
You had mentioned that the grants were running out shortly, I believe.
Yep, so some of our positions that are funded are through the ARPA grant. So it's our, the portion of our deputy director's job that deals with the benefits navigation still qualified. So this year we kind of shifted some of her workload over into the general budget, but we are right now in this fiscal budget paying 50% of her salary out of ARPA. Our public health liaison, mental health clinician that has done so much amazing work for us, is 100% paid right now out of ARPA.
I just have a question. It used to be the Council on Aging was for the buses for transportation specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say it's now open to all ages?
It is open to all. We will transport. We do have some, we can't put a 5-year-old on the bus by themselves. We do have some guidelines that we work with within that. But as I said, we have young people who have matriculated out of the school programs that now are potentially working at Shaw's or need to get to the House of Possibilities for a day program. A lot of, as I said, this came out of a situation where a family was having trouble getting a young child to a doctor's appointment. Completing that doctor's appointment was stopping this child from being in school. So this was one of those brainstorming moments, and we sat back and said, well, why can't we do that? And we called that, and they said, you can do that. And so we have expanded that. We haven't had a lot of uptake on it, but I think all the adjustment counselors know about it. I think police and fire know about it. Obviously, our mental health liaisons and individuals working with those populations know about it. But we can get people where they need to go during our regular hours. When I say during our regular hours, that is kind of how we do the 9 to 5 stuff. We do also step in for the Veterans Day parade that's coming up. We will be transporting the ROTC group from Brockton over to actually participate in the parade. We provide transportation to any of the elections for anybody who wants transportation. We provide transportation to every town meeting. All of those types of events, we're always able to, luckily, find, usually it's the backup drivers that are more than willing to go and do that.
But there is no, I guess, means or income testing or requirements in order to use the bus versus not?
Nope, it's just if it fits into the schedule. Obviously, medical appointments are higher priority than, going. Although we have taken people during the high holidays or during things like that to be in social situations. As I said, we go back to our core value that health is not just the absence of disease. It's having everything else. And if it means having those connections, we've brought people to visit their spouses in assisted livings. We've brought people to other venues that aid them. We've also run trips. We've run to Semrec. We've run over to, with the buses, we were able to run a couple of times a year over to Patriot Place to the Hall of Fame and do some fun stuff too.
Thank you.
These are all things, Easton has an age-friendly program, and that is through AARP. We're designated as an age-friendly community. So we have a whole document on the website that talks about what this committee did. We did surveys, we did a lot of research, and transportation was a big challenge. And so some of these things, I think, we were really excited to see them change in health and community services, because it is what people were asking for and what they said they needed, especially if they're aging.
The other piece I mentioned was that aging didn't want to go look at the Council on Aging newsletter if you were in your 60s and newly retired to find activities. That's where that, and we listened, that's where that Engage in Easton brochure came from, that we're able to look at everything from 2 to 102 now.
Anything else, team? Last question I have is on the other side, Kristen. I think for the public safety and the DPW, we kind of understood that it's really, there's a comparison about service levels and how many people you have generates this amount of either response time. But one of the things that struck me was where you sit compared to our comparable communities. So not that I'm asking this to be the wish list, but are there other things that other communities are providing for these challenged constituencies that you support that we don't, and that we should potentially raise to our residents that, look, there are services that we are not providing that add a tremendous amount of value, that have a tremendous amount of community appeal? Or are we once again just able to try to satisfy the main things by doing more with less and people wearing multiple hats? Because I know you all do that there.
That's a tough one. Like I said, we take a very different approach to it and look at that whole wraparound and look at our partners. And we do have some neighboring communities that have moved to the mobile integrated health. Foxborough is one, Mansfield is doing it as well. But they don't do it, I don't think, at the level that we do as far as hands-on and as far as working collaboratively together to actually go out and knock on doors after an overdose or after there's a domestic call. I mean, we have people going out and doing things that they're not doing, to my knowledge. Mm-hmm. We could, are there other communities that have 2 people sitting at a desk doing fuel assistance applications compared to our 1.5? Maybe. But we're also just not looking at it as a fuel application. We're looking at it as, how are you getting your food? Have you done your SNAP application? If you're doing fuel assistance, have you also gotten the low income rate on your energy bill? What else can we do? So it's hard for me to compare because we try to centralize it all, and we're doing it with a very small number of people. But I think even hearing me speak, I mean, I've been with the town for 28 years now, but we're all multi-versed. Everybody in my department is encouraged to listen to phone calls, encouraged to overhear things. I'd go back to my health inspectors. They're out doing a messy yard complaint, or they are in a home doing a housing complaint and they notice a flag in a box. They'll ask, "Ma'am, are you the surviving spouse of a veteran?" "Oh, okay." And they will pick up the phone and call a teammate. We have had more than one occasion where we are actually showing up. Hey, your yard's a mess, your neighbors are all complaining, it's obviously a public health hazard, but guess what? I brought the veteran service officer and he's got a discretionary fund. So let's figure out how all of us can take care of this now, which is, I don't think, what you get when we look at our comps. You don't get that wraparound service of having everybody looking for other ways to solve the problem.
Sure. Appreciate that.
I think too, it's like an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. You know, by going out and doing all those things, you prevent other issues from happening and compounding. And even with the mental health and going out with the police and everything, like by doing that, you're saving on the other end.
Yep, well, like I said, we've had a number of instances where I'm thinking of one in particular that the ambulance was going there for probably 3 or 4 weeks straight, 3 times a week, and transporting this gentleman to the hospital only to have them return him. We got involved, and I don't think we have been there probably in 3 or 4 months. And he is back in his home living independently at a much higher quality of life. I steal from the chief all the time that he, in one of our early presentations, talked about the fire service and how that preventative kind of just sped forward, and how when fire service, you know, all wanting to help and wanting to save, would throw somebody in the back of the car and drive them to the hospital. And then those became dedicated ambulances that were station wagons they could throw somebody in the back of, that then became what we have as EMS now, that we're constantly evolving. And I have stolen, we're investing in better outcomes. That's what we're trying to do. And that's kind of my charge, is taking that World Health Organization piece and that investing in better outcomes and trying to get to a place where we don't have crises. We have our care team and we're empowering our residents and supporting them.
Thank you.
Another thing I just want to tag on to that just made me think, one of the biggest challenges that our older and vulnerable people have is social isolation. So these programs are so important, because even the Meals on Wheels, that's a touch point of a human being during the day that's checking on that person that people count on. So, you know, on top of the dollar and cents value, the real value to the community is not something that can be really measured by dollars and cents. But if we took away or reduced any of these programs, it would be a real detriment to the people that use them.
So, Kristen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
My email's on the slides if anybody has any questions.
Thank you.
Police up next. You guys want to grab the mic and sit back there, or you want to come on up and join the table?
It is a little more there. Closer to the open window.
Right?
Is it still 70 hours?
Oh, could you promote Dr. Cabral, the panelists, please?
Failing on the job. Hold on a second.
All right. Questions, team. Don't be shy now.
I have one on my theme of regionalization. So when you mentioned the body cam management, that sounds like a lot of work, obviously, like all the editing. That seems like something that should be outsourced, or is it not? Like, because I would imagine every single town has that same issue, not issue, but workload. And Are there other solutions other than just police officers doing it or hiring someone from within?
Well, it's a record that we're responsible for, so I wouldn't even know where to begin outsourcing it,
Yeah.
because we're responsible for it. We treat it just like a police report. It's just video, so it's in our possession. So that's not something I'd be comfortable with outsourcing.
Yeah.
I haven't really.
It's also Corey information.
Yeah,
which
there's a
can't-
lot
Yeah.
of different nuance with like Corey, like criminal,
Right.
offender.
Yes,
record.
that all makes sense. I wasn't sure if there was
yeah.
just was something that existed for police officers nationwide. It just seems like an opportunity.
We did outsource the data storage because that would have been monumental cost. So we do cloud storage, which we're completely hands off from it, which is the best way to do. Because some towns decided to buy servers and do it themselves, and they're already out of money.
Yeah, I mean, you're using terabytes on
Yeah.
a regular basis. So there is that aspect of it is through a Motorola
Yeah.
CGIS compliant software as a service basis for that. So that is a substantially lower cost, and we would never be able to maintain that kind of data locally.
And
What's
it's
the
a
retention?
relatively. Oh, sorry.
What's the retention policy for
Oh,
how
it's
many years?
it's basically we follow the only guide on retention, the mass retention schedule for the body cameras for the state police, so we mirror that. But it's basically most items are at least 3 years. Arrests are 10.
Yeah.
Any death investigation is a lifetime.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's several years. And to be frank with you, I don't even know where Motorola is putting these servers because in the first day, I mean, we're talking like
Yeah.
hundreds of gigabytes.
Yeah.
It's recording at 1080p. It's
40 officers, time, hours,
Yeah,
times,
I mean-
incidents that you have to keep for longer. Yeah, it's astronomical.
and with the cloud, it's unlimited for now. So, but we set the retentions based on based on that guide. So.
Yeah, it just seems like eventually you will have to put funds towards that because it's relatively new. You mentioned with everyone.
Yeah, it's
having it.
it's probably 2/3 grant funded right now.
Yeah.
Basically for the first 5 years that we'll have them, and then we're gonna absorb it probably. I would estimate by the time we're absorbing it fully, probably over $30,000 a year.
Yeah.
And that'll be an operating cost going forward forever, really.
But just to be clear, that $30,000 per year, you're talking about the software
Yeah,
fee,
not including
not the
the
staff
head
hours, right?
Correct. Yeah,
Just-
that's
yeah.
just
Yeah.
that's the contract to have the cloud and the equipment.
I think this is such a good example, though, of one of those things that as society moves in certain directions or as
Yeah.
legal frameworks move in certain directions, and it ties back into Massachusetts public records law, which for municipalities is very open. There's very few statutorily codified exemptions, such as quarry information, but you're not allowed to back charge. Like, so if there's a records request for police videos, that's going to cost, take 15 hours of staff time. If the person, the hourly rate you're allowed to charge is only after 2 consecutive hours, and then it's capped at $25 an hour.
Yeah.
So it's not as if there's an easy mechanism there for cost recovery either, and certainly not one that you could kind of bank on to program into actually having a permanent staff person devoted to the maintenance of that data in an ideal way.
That said, I think it's important to point out it's like tasers were 10, 15 years ago. It became now everybody has them, and you're behind the 8 ball if you don't. It's like carrying Narcan. That was started out only some departments did it. Now you're behind the 8 ball now if you don't have body cameras, and they've proved invaluable both internally and for evidentiary purposes since we've had them.
Have you guys run into the same problem that fire has with pulling in other municipal agencies as well because of your numbers?
So, you just don't know what's going to happen on a shift, right? And we all deal with it. So we could have a call right now that, everyone's tied up on. And if we have a pecking order, and SEMREC would do it for us, we would say, contact West Bridgewater. They're usually our first go-to. But yeah, we'll call them mutual aid, and we get asked for mutual aid too. We try to rely on Norton and Mansfield the most because they're our rec towns, and so the dispatchers know they're a little more in line with what we're doing. But it could be 4 mutual aid calls tomorrow. We're asking for help, and then we don't ask for help for a week. So it really depends on what's happening.
Can I ask about, you talked about staffing. obviously there must be some organization that you refer to that has objective measures of how many you have for population, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Do you quote that? Do you use that? Is that how you come up with the 40 men plus the
So the standard,
lieutenants?
this comparables, the standard kind of measurement for staffing to population is measured in officers per 1,000 residents. We're at 1.5. We're the lowest with our comparable and our surrounding communities.
Is
that
there
are
an
at almost 2.
association a police association that says this is what a police department should have?
I think there's a national.
There's a national standard, that ICP and Mass Chiefs that put out. We've never been to that number, so we've always been chasing more. Like even 10 years ago, we had 33 officers. 15 years ago, when I first started, there were only 33 of us. And so we've only grown 5 officers in 23 years in reality, and our calls have gone up probably 8,000 a year. So we're not keeping up with our calls to service as far as growth.
When we did the operational audit back in 2017, that is on the website, and that the consultants had all that information from all the departments in there. Yeah. If you have, this many people or this many road miles or for each department, it had the best practices of how many you have.
You have something that has objective standards for the number of personnel for a town.
Well, and you'll tell me if I'm getting in trouble with the police right now, but the IACP, so the International Association of Chiefs of Police, acknowledge that is a standard that folks like to use because quantitative analysis in that way is helpful. They specifically caution against every community's needs are different. There is no magic number. You could still draw inference, right, of, okay, the IACP says there's no magic number. We know we're at the absolute bottom. So that you could draw some inference there. What they still collected through the ICMA, which is the International City and County Managers Association, was looking at Bureau Justice Department statistics on local police department officer to population ratios from a 2003 study. According to the article, the ratio of full-time officers per 1,000 ranged from 2.6 to 1.8 with the average ratio of 2.5 officers per 1,000.
Yeah. And that's
You just call it
that's what our study was.
Not it.
No, I knew it was in there. I didn't know where, so I just Googled the,
But when it comes to
recommendations,
explaining the need for an extreme circumstance, there's always an extreme circumstance beyond the extreme circumstance. And so it's a logical progression to it. You can always be looking for more if you talk about the extreme situation beyond the extreme situation. So I'm just looking for objective standards on how many there should be, what's the best practice, I guess you could say.
Well, I guess what I would recommend, Chris, and I think you answer it, and this is everybody for homework, so this is exciting. 2017 operational audit. We talk often about, for some people, this will be brand new, right? Even for us when we first started, this was a brand new conundrum we're facing. We've known about this, and in 2017, the Select Board authorized an operational audit to objectively compare us in all our departments against best practices or against national standards. And so what I would just recommend, and I won't read all of it, but there's 28 pages on the police department alone for an operational audit that in 2017 said the national ratio average is 2.5, the Massachusetts ratio average is 2.2, comparable at the time was 1.8, and as you can see, we're at 1.5. Now, I appreciate that we all might like what you may term as a quote-unquote objective agency, which is a very fair request, but I also believe there's a lot of validity when you start taking macro data samples and you go from national to Massachusetts to comparable, and then you still talk to yourself and you're at the bottom. But there are 28 other pages that go with it that I think could add color to the question that you're asking of how we are staffing. There are, just to give you guys context, number of officers per 1,000, population, square miles, population density, median income, comparable agencies.
I get it. It's just.
I'm sorry, it wasn't directed at you. It was for the committee,
Right.
Chris. Sorry, And I just wanted you all to know that they looked at, they did staffing studies, there's findings, there's recommendations. So when I say it's just 28 pages for the police department, there are hundreds of pages in the document for all the departments. So I would just ask you for homework to think about it, because it sets a timeline for you to be able to tell people, no, this isn't new. We've shared it, it's public knowledge. We knew it was in 2016. We paid for an audit to tell us more about it, and we've been battling against these stones, moving them for these many years, if that makes sense. I just think that's an important timeline. Sorry, Chris, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I wanted to add the context for why I was bringing it up.
I just want, it's just that I think if you're trying to explain to people why you want to increase, that there should be some objective standard that you're attaching the desire to. That's all. And you said you've already done it, so you already have it all done, so.
Well, I suppose, I mean, sort of, but those are just numbers. It's up to us. And then this is where the stuff gets so hard, and that's why we have the chief and the deputy here. Is it has to be translated into a real life story. I don't, and I could be wrong, but I don't think, generally speaking, whether it's Easton or anywhere, that the way to make decisions, or for us as a committee, is kind of going to be a spreadsheet function of, best practice says this, we're here, so we need this, right? These are qualitative balancing act questions and looking at, okay, all this data says that you have far fewer staff and you spend less money. And you've identified, here are the things that we are doing right now, basically at risk by double and triple duty. Here are the things at risk if this trajectory continues. I don't, and I want to hear from the committee. I think that's the question the community needs to consider, and I think that's more important or more real than what the International Association of Chiefs of Police say.
So you misinterpreted my question.
Okay.
My question was saying, there's got to be some place to start. There's got to be some information, some objective information that you can attach the non-objective information about the town itself, what it's made up, how many roads there are, what type of people. But there's got to be something to start with. That's all I was saying. That's all I was suggesting.
For what it's worth, I kind of took it as, especially as a citizen who's not in this every day, is that the police could tell us you need 6 people per 1,000, and we don't really have a point of reference of like, what is some sort of objective that we can all at least agree, here's like a goal, or where we are compared to some sort of national number or not.
Yeah, it's comparable. It might not be a goal, right? To Connor's point, it might be something where the independent nature or the structure of how we are coming to this problem, or how we're policing the town, for instance, right? We have our own standards, we have our own expectations of that, but to both of your points, if we don't have something where we're like, oh, we're way below or way above the national number that is potentially a shot in the dark. Yeah, I get your point on it.
Well, I'm sorry, but we do have that.
Yeah, that's
we
what I'm
have
saying.
those, right?
Yeah.
So
I think we talk about that a lot, and I just want to give a little bit of a context to the 2017. That wasn't commissioned by the select board in the way that you think it was. That was a group of residents that got together and petitioned town meeting for the audit, because they were challenging the town, saying, you're overspending and you're spending too much money. So imagine the surprise when this came back and said, not only is that not true across the board, including the schools, but we're going to show you how understaffed you really are. And guess what happened when everybody had the facts? Nothing.
Nothing.
So we spent a ton of money that we didn't have in a really hard budget year to do it.
70,000 out of reserves.
But it turned out to be setting baseline for where we are now. So
Well said.
when our department heads do their presentations to the select board every year, and the finance committee and the school committee, those numbers are in there. They're probably in a lot of reports that we have talking about just the comparative. But it doesn't have an impact on people, because I think it's too hard to comprehend. I think the bigger impact, I think you have to have those, but it's not resonating with people. The bigger impact is what are the potential pitfalls that we're going to be facing if we have to make some of these cuts? Because I think now, people are thinking, well, they're getting it done. Everything's still good,
It's all right, it's okay.
I think for me, like the number that stood out for me is the increase in calls, like 911 calls going up 148%. And yet, what, I think you guys increased by 5%, if that, and how do you do that without a cost to the officers themselves? Like you have to be going back-to-back calls, or in two places at once, I'm really not sure how you do
Yeah,
it.
and, you know, when it comes to that, it's not so much 1.5 per 1,000 or 2.3. It's we have to have at least 4 officers to run a safe shift. And so when you break down time off and all the other variables, that's where we drive our numbers from. And that's why when that study came out, we were at, I believe, 36 officers at that time, and we've always been chasing to get to that 41 number, which was part of that study, knowing it was going to be very difficult to get there. But just even increasing 1 officer would lower burnout, maybe help with overtime, maybe help when we have someone get deployed. We're not realigning shifts. So there's so many things that go involved into like the staffing number.
Well, I imagine it comes like at a cost, like to your officers of like the amount of overtime that you're doing. Then like when you're doing extra overtime, I would imagine that would increase chances of like injury on the job or anything from being
Mistakes,
fatigued
burnout,
or anything like that. So I think sometimes it can be hard to see the cost of it as it stands, because it's like you are doing a fantastic job with the limited, but it is coming at a cost to the officers themselves. I guess that would be my takeaway as somebody that doesn't know.
We had the slide just with all the jobs and stipend positions, if you will, and I think that's important to note. Even if we say we agree, 4 is an adequate number on the road, there are so many people in our department that are doing jobs that are normally dedicated to people in administrative positions out of staffing, where they're doing it on shift. So, for example, our firearms licensing officer is trying to process licenses, but he's also the sergeant in charge of the shift. So if there's an important call, he has to put that down. So he's not really fully committed to that administrative job, and he can't be fully committed to his patrol job at the same time. And there's so many there's a dozen positions in the department like that where they're trying to wear those multiple hats.
Just on that topic, we've also had 2 officers commit suicide in the last 6 years or so. So there is a burnout factor that comes into it. And it's very important that the line officer knows that they're supported and whatever. And the chief does a good job, the town does a good job, the people appreciate us, which is good. But at times it's very difficult to put the uniform on. So that makes sense.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
I don't know if you just want to mention, for our panelists that are on there, if anyone has a question, they can just unmute themselves and ask the question.
Absolutely.
I don't want to put anyone on the spot there, but I'm not 100% watching it either. So if you have a question, just
Unmute yourselves. Appreciate that. Thank you, IT guru, Dottie. Team, any other questions, thoughts, or observations? So the only couple ones that I have that we haven't brought up yet is we often talk about how can we help our residents understand that there have been efforts put forth as we've made this journey. And so one of the examples I wrote is, like SEMRAC. Like we say, how are we being, the image is we're able to do it all. We're getting it all done. This is great. But the reality is that you folks have made strategic, and the town has made strategic, and the schools have made strategic decisions that have created cost avoidance. So whether it is, regrettably, a person not being able to be backfilled, or $1 million worth of radios being able to be purchased, or $450,000 of annual savings. I mean, that's 4 firefighters, give or take, if we were talking about that. I'm assuming it might be close to 4 police officers. So I just think that's important, that it's not as if a tremendous amount of work hasn't been done just to stay at the X number of people that they have. And I only talk about the people because it's 93%. I don't think anybody here is really to talk about the other 7 points. So it's about people. They've done an incredible job to keep the numbers that they have. Last year, they started to lose that battle of people. And to me, the context becomes we have to understand that, said to everybody, the problem we have can be solved 2 ways. It's a math thing. You can either get more revenue or spend less, right? We have to balance. So if we were to balance through expense reduction, then that could be, in the cases where it's 93 and 90%, that's people. That could very well be the impact. And the only reason I bring it up now is not not for this meeting, but we do have to have a recommendation at the end of this journey in April and May. And so as you're thinking about what that recommendation may be and you're forming it, I think the normal thought is, well, let me find places we can cut. And you have to very quickly realize and appreciate what that would mean, right? That's all. Doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it wrong. Doesn't mean that the national average is high and we're low, we're not, we're in the wrong. Maybe we do more with less, and that we do that. I shouldn't say maybe. But you guys, I just want to create context so that you understand the gravity of what they're trying to share with you, so it can help you go back to yourselves and the community to understand either I got to tell them that they're reducing staff, or I have to find some other way to solve the puzzle. And when I say they, it's they and the schools and the town. I think we all are realizing a little bit. We've all acknowledged we have a problem. What I'm trying to do now is to prod that quote unquote problem ball along a little bit for you guys to chew on it between now and the next meeting. The next meeting is going to be November 20th. And very quickly on December 16th, we're presenting a summary. And right after that, we're jumping into what do we think recommendations look like? If we have a problem, what's the size of it? How would you think about solving it based upon your ability to discuss with the leaders of our town and the leaders of our school? Does that make sense? Cool. That's the only other two things. And I guess for me, I just want to start making a list of all those things that we have done along the way, because what I've heard is every single department has done that. They do clam bakes, they have fixing the cars at DPW, they are fixing not only our apparatus, the fire department, but other fire departments' apparatus. Like when you start saying like, what can I do to find another nickel? Like these people are picking up cans on the side of the road, figuratively, right? Like they're busting tail to build up funds of $37,000 so that they can use it to solve a problem because they're not, the capital might not be there to get the part that they need. I guess I just want to articulate, sorry, I jumped ahead to the fire a little bit, but I want to make sure you all are using these moments to learn that humanity of the situation we're facing. Because our decision and our recommendation will impact the trajectory of this town for at least the next 10 years, if not longer. And so apologies I'll step down off the soapbox, but don't let them leave if you want to ask more to understand the true dynamics of what they're going through. And Officer Aker, I appreciate you making it very real for us to understand the potential impact on our human people that do so much. We're 93% people in police department. Sound good? Anybody else have any points that they want to take away or feel
I think it's a really good point, and I think that if we don't have questions, it's because your presentations were really thorough. That's how I feel.
Yeah, that's a great call.
You know where to find us if you have follow-up questions. I promise you, I always answer.
I do have a question, and this might be super ignorant, so I apologize. I'm trying to do like research on the side while we're having this conversation. And I think part of what we're doing as a committee is trying to find creative ways to make solutions here. So if you could educate me a little bit, who gets the money from speeding tickets?
Who gets the
Like when you issue a speeding ticket, where does I'm just like, because
No,
I'm trying to
that's a good
think,
question.
I'm trying to think of like
Yeah.
the creative ways that, like, because I don't want to put more strain on a police force that is clearly doing way more than they should, but I'm trying to think of ways that, like, my brother lives in Brooklyn and they have cameras on either side of the street,
Yeah.
and it completely stopped people from speeding, and now that money went to his.
So the way I understand it is, there's a head injury fund that money gets contributed to. Then there's a state portion that gets taken, and then it ends up in a Chapter 90 fund that we don't have anything to do with, but finds its way back into road work, but it doesn't. It's not. We're not a revenue generating agency. So, but I don't know what it's not a 50-50 split. You may know more than me. I just don't know what the split is.
The Chapter 90 funds that we get, it's a $200 million bond bill every year, typically, that gets distributed to the city, 51 cities and towns. So I don't even know what goes into that.
Yeah, so that's how I
state
understand
level
it.
appropriation.
Yes.
Okay.
But it's a great question. There's other things like that where like scratch tickets, right?
Right.
Those theoretically fund local aid, unrestricted general government aid. The lottery was statutorily established in Massachusetts. Very clearly, it used to be called lottery aid, and the whole sales pitch is, oh, it goes back to cities and towns. But then when in the '08 recession, they renamed it UGA, and lottery revenue kept going up, and unrestricted aid went down 30%. So that lottery revenue is going somewhere into a general fund, but it's not.
Doesn't some of that go to the Mass School Building Authority?
My understanding is Massachusetts School Building Authority is primarily funded through the sales tax, but don't quote me on the MSBA or Wendy's here.
Yeah, it's a penny on the sales tax.
Penny on the sales tax goes to MSBA, which that's actually an example, and I'm not trying to dunk on the state. That's an amazing program. Think about the value there, right? A penny out of the 6.25 sales tax funds the MSBA, which Easton has itself received tens of millions of dollars to help build our schools and rebuild the whole school campus. So that's a great program. The state has some really good programs like that. They don't have that for police, fire, public works buildings.
And what we're talking about, like civil violations for speeding.
Yeah.
So I know, and not to put Director Nightingale on the spot, I know that there's a town bylaw fine. I don't know if that finds its way into general funding, like a parking ticket, because that's not a civil infraction that goes through the court. Everything we would do on a CMVI goes through the court, so once it's issued, it's out of our hands. But there might be local handicap parking ticket that whoever pays that still doesn't come to the police department, but it finds its way into somewhere, whether it's, I don't know.
It's a general fund revenue, and it's only maybe a couple thousand a year. It's handicap parking, parking, in the wrong space, wrong direction, parking during the winter ban, things like that. And handicap parking goes actually into a revolving account.
I believe for the Commission on Disabilities.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate
Awesome
it.
question, though.
Yeah, really good question.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, so much. Appreciate
Thank
it,
you.
Chief, Deputy Chief.
Are we fired? Or are you leaving?
He's getting ready.
Okay, you gave me the look.
He's ready to go.
He's like, fire got worked in there right now.
He's excited.
I'm ready. No questions?
Same bat channel, team. Have at it.
I have a question about ambulances.
Yes.
Are residents in town charged for ambulances? Does their insurance pay, and how does that work?
So we do charge, so the one service we do charge for is the ambulance. So if you have a fire call, you have a structure fire, your home's on fire, your smoke alarms are going off, anything like that, we don't charge for that. That's basically what you're paying taxes for. The ambulance has historically nationwide been outside of that. And that's a billed item. So we do bill for that. There's tiers, like basic life support, which would be like oxygen, Band-Aids. Bandages is a lower rate, and then a higher rate would be if we had to put a cardiac monitor on you, do an EKG, IV, it's a higher rate. Those do get charged. Obviously, we want to try to go to people's insurance. We're very fortunate in Massachusetts that we've been a long-standing state of, nearly 100% health insurance, which is helpful. Other parts of the country don't have that. We have a very high percentage rate, relatively speaking, of how much we recuperate. It's a pretty solid percentage. Whereas some different socioeconomic communities have a different percentage rate. And it all depends where that goes. So we do bill. We typically see, it's been going up lately. I'd say probably 1.7 million. I would say about 1.7 million is probably what I'm expecting this year of actualized revenue. That's actually what we bill more than that. But then, like, you remember get to the doctor's bills when you see what the doctor bills $600 and the insurance settles for something less, and then you might pay it to a copay. We do the same thing. We'll bill for this, and then the insurance all works it out, and then so our actualized revenue is somewhere around that 1.7. But one point I would like to make is that if we charge like Blue Cross Blue Shield, excuse me. That's more of what our rate is. Though we say it's $2,000, it's $2,000 they typically pay. Where we lose is Medicare, Medicaid. So they say, hey, if you're going to accept Medicare or Medicaid, you're going to take $600 for this one, or $200 if it's a BLS transport, which doesn't cover the cost of the transport. So we lose there. But why we do it is A, we want to provide the service, and B, there's some value in the quantity. We have some adult communities in town where we go in there. There's a lot of communities, so those numbers do add up, but they definitely don't offset the cost.
And then is that revenue directly available to the fire budget, or it comes back to the
Goes to
town?
the
or-
general fund.
Yeah,
Okay,
it'll go to the general
fund,
fund, and then you know, it
allocate.
sees its way back to us. You know, there are towns who otherwise have special revenue accounts for it, but that's not how we do it, and I'm actually prefer this method. It's nice when you have a special revenue account because those funds go directly to the fire department. They can kind of do what they need to with them. But at the same time, if revenue drops, it becomes the fire department's problem only, not the town's problem.
Right.
So when like COVID hit and the ambulance transports dropped, that's a risky position to be in.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
If I could add on that, that's a great example, though, of a question that's come up, and Tom and Nancy, both of you as chair and vice chair, have tried to sometimes pull the scale back of, you know, we're talking about $110 million budget. And sometimes, and every community does it differently, but there are some communities who will say, well, you know, if ambulance revenue went up, so fire department's going to get that. And then the corollary would be, oh, it went down, so fire department's going to cut. If we treated all of our revenues like that, rather than a general fund, which, to be clear, we meticulously account for, it's all right there, but we treat it as general fund revenue available for appropriation through town meeting, a corollary would be, oh, Chapter 70 went up 0.9. That's the school, right? And that, so we have, I won't put you on the spot, Wendy, but I think historically, in my entire career here, we identify all these and we show them, but we treat them as general fund revenues because there's those fluctuations in some of these accounts year to year, and we find, given the constraints we have, putting it through general fund and then allocating it out is the best option.
And one of the big risks with the special revenue account is that when times are good, that's great. You can buy an ambulance with it, you can buy things with it, it's great. But when times are tight, and the town's trying to close a budget gap, they're like, how about you take one more firefighter's salary out of that account, and then one more out of it? It's almost like using free cash in the budget. It eventually catches you, and you've overspent that account, and now where do you go?
Which is another reason why we consolidated just into the fire EMS budget,
Yes.
right? We used to separate out fire and ambulance, even though we were funding portions of salary for the same person, because all of our firefighters are paramedics. So that's
a hard line between them when it's voted that way, and that's really, I've navigated that long ago, and it's very challenging.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think I was taken back when I saw that the ambulance increased over 70%, around 70%, yet your staffing hasn't increased. So I just think then, like, all of that mutual aid that we must be having to call upon when you don't have those ambulance cars available. And then that must equal increased wait time if you're coming from other towns. So, like, that's like, as a community member, like, that's what I'm kind of getting to. And that's the impact that I think our community kind of needs to feel, because there are times that the response must be very quick, but if we're both out and then another emergency pops up, like, that's got to be a big impact. My other takeaway was the stipend positions that you do. I thought that was really creative and a really fiscally responsible way of approaching, like, any of the pitfalls that you have been coming across. So I was just really impressed by those numbers.
Thank you. One point I'll add to the staffing model with the ambulances is when you utilize mutual aid, it's the hope that they are available. And one of the issues is, even at our maximum staff, if everybody worked an 11-person shift, NFPA, which is the National Fire Protection Association, which governs everything we do, it's codified, it's what we do, says that we need, and I agree with them, 15 firefighters within 8 minutes of the first 911 call, which includes the time to take the call, the time to transmit the call to us, the time for us to get in the truck, the time to drive there. Within 8 minutes of that first, you hit 911, we have to get 15 firefighters there. And if both ambulances are at the hospital and we're at 8, that means we got 4. Which means, we're coming up with 11 firefighters from where? It's all mutual aid. It's hoping they're available, and that's at a minimum to get, let's say, 3 trucks. We do everything pretty much in 4s. Everything we do is in 4s. Firefighting is a team sport. Nothing is done with really 2. You need at least 4 to do any one skill, and that means you're going to need 3 communities just to get to your 15 firefighters if both ambulances are at the hospital. And that's a long way, because that means if a fire was right here, you're going to have Stoughton, Brockton, and probably West Bridgewater, and that's time. And even as good as SEMREC is, there's only so many people to pick up the phone and call these towns. They've got to call them and say, hey, can you send an engine to 136 Elm Street? Can you send an engine to it takes time. And that's where that whole issue comes up. When a city can have, like Brockton, for instance, they don't even run the ambulance. They have a private company do the ambulance. So all of their firefighters, although they need help on medicals, are available to fight fires. They can throw 5-6 companies at a fire right away, right out the gate. They've got incident commanders and they've got, officers in cars, and, it's a city. You have to have all the Semrec towns combined, still don't match Brockton. So mutual aid is great, but it's supposed to be every once in a while, not part of your model. And that's not to say we're so far out of the realm with other departments, because everybody around us is mutual aid reliant, because nobody can staff to NFPA 1710. They just can't afford it. And those who can are bigger. That's why they can.
Or, I don't know, were you good first? So I wanted to use that again as another example. One of the things that's challenging too is that we are very unique in Massachusetts, in particular, the way that we provide a lot of our services, whether it's educational or public safety or municipal, because we have strong local government. Whereas in a lot of the United States, a ton of services are provided at the county level, which is, there's pros and cons to things, right? The upside of municipal government is you have direct access to all of the folks making these important decisions that impact your life. But it's basic economics that it is substantially less efficient than if you had a county responsible for these things, right? And so Massachusetts is moving at the speed Massachusetts moves.
It's a good way to put it.
And they're trying to incentivize within certain statutory frameworks that allow it, like SEMREC, through grants. But it's not, I mean, we're just only now kind of dipping our toe into these things, and we're capitalizing on it where we can. But that's why I think I appreciate you pointing out that we definitely have challenges. But a lot of communities in Massachusetts are inherently just going to miss the mark on some of those, because we're competing against national staffing and economic models that are substantially more economically efficient. There's downsides to that, right? I mean, if you had to drive to Bristol, the seat of Bristol County is Taunton, every time you needed assistance with something in your home, you would have a lot less access, right? But I think that's an important point.
And regionalizing the fire service isn't necessarily a bad thing. There's a lot of pieces there. You've got, different union agreements, you've got a lot of things, but county-based fire does work. But the reason it's not moving nearly as fast, and regional dispatch wasn't that fast either. It's picked up speed, but I've been around it since like 2009 when I started getting involved in it. And the reason is money got behind regional dispatch. The only way you're going to get the fire service is you've got to create an incentive for communities to want to merge their fire departments, which is require the state to say, we're going to give you millions of dollars to build you a fire station or do something if you merge. And without that, I just don't believe it's going to happen. There's too much. There's 351 communities. There's a couple fire districts, but for all intents and purposes, 351 fire chiefs, 351 police chiefs, 300. They're fiefdoms, and they're on their own countries, and especially in the fire service, like we all help each other, but we're our own entity, and there is efficiencies to be had, but there's got to be an incentive to get us there.
Right. And there would need to be not only substantial state money, but political capital, and think about the union involvements, just the physical infrastructure and assets, right? Think about what we're spending on our public buildings, and imagine now 3 years later, the state said, hey, you know what, you have to close that. And we're going to have a regional fire station, right? So that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be state level leadership thinking about these things. And I can't, of course, say whether they are or not. I can't speak for the Commonwealth. But I like to try to make that point when we talk about these things, because folks, I think when looking at some of this, can sometimes say, wow, this really feels like, we're so off on some of these metrics, it almost feels hard to believe. And what are we, how can we get all the way there? And even with improvements in our current position, we're likely not, right? It doesn't mean you don't try to do better.
Exactly.
Right, but just the way that we manage the local government services in Massachusetts is very unique. Most for the rest of the U.S.
I believe, the time I've spent with this community, that we are about as efficient as you can get. You can always say, well, we looked at your account, there's $100 here that we think you probably shouldn't spend or something. We could get nickel and dime, right? Everybody could do that. But the overall, there's no, silver bullet that's gonna fix this. And no one budget, I just don't believe that any of us aren't being efficient. The people you heard tonight, I work with them every day, and it's amazing what they do. I came here from another community, and I was shocked by DPW. To their credit, they came in and said, I wanted to fix the bunk rooms for our firefighters, and I thought we were gonna have to do it ourselves. And like, swing a hammer and do the stuff, and they came in and said, we got this for you, we got you. And I was blown away by it, that it's only a couple of guys who come in and get it done, and they did. And it's a tribute to the efficiency of this town, but it only goes so far, unfortunately.
Only thing I would add is, again, just a little bit of historical context. So I remember Chief Partridge advocating for the SAFER grant. The SAFER grant essentially pays a majority of salaries in the first year, and over a series of years it steps down, and then you assume responsibility. But part of that was a thoughtful layering in of additional ambulance services. So we were losing revenues to other towns, if I remember correctly. Right. And so the other aspect, so in other words, the understanding of the challenge of the interplay between ambulance revenue, activity, trying to find revenue streams, that was years ago. I think that was 2018 or 19-ish.
Yeah, I think our first SAFER might have been even sooner, maybe 17, but
give or take.
Say 17.
So where I'm going with it is to give this committee evidence that decisions and adjustments and revenue stream creation and expense reduction has been a theme for many years. The last piece is, I think all of our firefighters are also EMTs. Is that a true statement?
Yeah, we're almost a complete 100 paramedics. So in the world of ambulance, you've got EMTs, which are oxygen, Band-Aids, bandages, splints, AEDs. Paramedics can do all the higher skills. They can intubate you with an airway tube in your throat, IVs, medications, cardiac monitor, all sorts of stuff.
So is everybody a paramedic?
So we're almost there. Not quietly on the squeaky table. We're very close to being 100% paramedics, because both of us are. And it's hard to get at the chief level. Even still, there's still a lot of basic EMT chiefs out there.
Yep.
But it's shifting. So if we can solve our hiring issue, which is challenging because it's tough to find them, even though we're marketable, we are this close to being 100%. And that's a feather in the town's cap, because we are providing 100% ALS at all times to provide the best care possible.
ALS.
Advanced life support. That's the paramedic. Thank you.
So that again goes back to the example of why it's so important. We don't have the number of folks we may like or ought to, and that's why it really puts a premium on making sure that we have skilled trades, men and women, that we have not just EMT basics, but we have paramedics, because they are more dynamic and flexible when they have to meet the 100 different things that are happening.
Right, because even our engines have cardiac monitors, we have ALS equipment, airway equipment. It's not just the ambulances. So that ALS piece, there's 2 EMT basics left in the department, and I think within a year and a half, they'll be retired out. And
so
we'll be able to utilize that equipment.
Appreciate that. So we talk a lot about maintaining service levels. I would argue there are many examples where we are finding ways as a community to be more of Swiss Army and add more value, and actually, in some cases, add service levels. It might argue that's where the world has gone to, whether it's certain police equipment or so on and so forth. But that's not just doing what you did last year. Like, you guys are consciously building out a very talented multi-use team that enables us to do more with less, and it's appreciated. That's all. I think these are just the hidden things that probably the average day resident doesn't understand or appreciate, that these guys are working that hard to continue to add value to our residents, yet it comes with effort. It has to be consciously thought of.
Well, I think you bring up a really good point, because the number of firefighters to population may not trigger anything for the average citizen, but understanding how if you've got a couple of people that are injured and out, I would imagine you have to then hold people over for overtime or roll that in, and the demand we're putting on our personnel, who have to make critical life-saving decisions in split seconds, who are then working double shifts or whatever. The costs we may not be seeing right out in front of us, but they're there and they're being lived.
Yep, well said. If nobody else has anything else, thank you, gentlemen, so much. Really appreciate your time and answering our questions and sharing info.
Very much appreciate it.
Last, but definitely not least, saving the best for last.
What do we got?
DPW.
Actually, I have a question.
Yeah.
It gets asked of me, actually since this committee's been formed, it's been asked, what's the impact? We had another polar vortex snow year. That has got to be a huge budget buster.
So it is on.
And I know, or at least it used to be, that snow was one of the only things that could be rolled over, but we don't want to do that, obviously. But how, I mean, if that exceeds your budget, how does that get fixed? How does that?
Yeah, so that becomes a Wendy and Connor problem, which is great. So we can, so that's, to answer your question, we can't overspend snow and ice. But it still has to be paid for. So the last time we had the really big snowstorms in 2015, we had 110 inches of snow here, $1.3 million, which is 4 times our, well, 3.5 times our budget. But the state allowed the town to roll it over 3 years. So it wasn't, yeah. So again, it's an impact, and we don't obviously want to spend more than we need to. But that's the one thing we can just, we need to clear the snow, we're going to clear the snow. So
I mean, environmental emergencies for police, fire, and DPW are unplanned events that cost lots of money.
Lots of money.
yeah, I would argue that 2018 cost us almost as much as far as all the tree work that was.
Right.
That's where, when you looked at overtime slide for DPW, 2018 was spiked because we had over 200 trees down, 94% of the town was without power. Yeah. So that we had 3 back-to-back storms.
Cyclone or whatever it was called that year.
March 2nd, March 13th, March 18th. Those days, like, you don't forget those. So again, those windstorms and these natural events have huge impacts on our budget.
But Dave, to be clear, the only one you can overspend on is snow and ice.
Correct.
And then for it being a me and Wendy problem, it becomes an everyone problem because that's functionally a fixed cost that needs to be paid next year out of a future operating budget before we can meet any service budgets.
So you could have a balanced budget, and then that can get blown to bits, and then have to figure a way to fund it.
But you'd also be surprised, like, we think of it as snow, but we get a spreadsheet with the cost per inch of cleaning. The worst ones, I think, are the ones that, like, it's a little tiny snowfall.
Yeah.
That costs a fortune because you still have to go out and treat it as if it's a giant snowstorm. So the cost per inch is,
Yeah, and I can speak for everyone on DPW. Give 12 inches of snow, dump it in 4 hours, we'll have it cleaned up, and everyone can go home in 8, we're done. But we have storms that we get 2 inches over 30 hours, and it costs more money because it just never ends. It's just salt. It's really tough. So those are the worst storms for us. So.
Good call.
Sort of the opposite of that, though, is that for years, I'm trying to see how I can phrase this without jinxing us forever. Because I've done it before and it's been great. So for years where, like, what was the overall expenditure last? Like, it's like $500,000 is what the current budget.
496 is our snow budget.
What did you spend last year?
Last year was low. Last year we were around 400.
Right. So even a year that probably the majority of us think of as like that was a pretty tame year. That was still 400,000.
Yes.
So the overrun of that, which then goes back in the general fund and becomes your benefit. Free cash. Sorry.
Yes.
Becomes a benefit to us. Still not a huge amount of money.
Yeah.
No, and it's a balancing act because while you can overspend it, you can't
Underfund it.
Come spring say, okay, well, we have 300,000 here. Let's move it somewhere else. You have to wait for it to close free cash, or what can you move it to? Wendy's correcting me.
If you were at a town meeting, you could reappropriate that money to another purpose if you wanted to, but your original appropriation cannot be reduced beyond what you spent the previous year. At the end of the year, you realize that you're going to have extra money. You could use it for another purpose at the annual town meeting.
Sorry, I should have clarified it without town meeting moving it.
Yeah.
Sure. Guarantee a snowstorm 10 minutes later.
But we used to budget, and so if you overshoot that, and you're turning, you want to generate free cash.
Yeah.
But you don't want to overshoot your snow and ice and be turning back 200,000 or 300,000 a year, because that's operating capacity that's not going to public works or schools or et cetera. So it's a balancing act.
Yeah.
If you undershoot it and then allocate that out, then you have and we used to only budget 188, and over years to added 100 per year to have that capacity. That
And now we're averaging, so over the last 5 years, we've averaged 413,000. So
Yeah.
under that budget. But if you look back a few years before that, we were around 700,000. So it
evens out.
shifts wildly.
Yeah.
And again, my staff, my mechanics were out there working on, Sanders today. It's 80 degrees, but it's coming, and we know it's coming. So
Yeah. Are there any other budgets, sort of to the other departments? Are there any other budgets that you sort of hope you don't use because then it rolls back into free cash? Like not like the $100, $200, but like you have to put $497,000 in there because the expectation is use it or lose it or come up with it later, right? But are there any other sort of funded budgets that you're hoping, sort of like the opposite of it's sort of a weird dichotomy of an ambulance? You're hoping you don't need an ambulance.
health
but
insurance.
IOD, yeah. Oh, yeah. But does that roll back into free cash if you don't spend it?
We don't spend it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, any general fund budget
goes back.
Unspent at the end of the year outside of a town meeting reallocation, or I think a finance committee and select board emergency transfer or something. Isn't there some other end of year? So what
Best
I'm trying to do
fund
is be
town.
technically correct while still making a broad point, but outside of some small exceptions, unspent operating funds at the end of the year close to free cash.
Right.
Yeah. But snow and ice is unique, I think, Wendy, correct me wrong, as far as operating where you can be conservative on that estimate, and if you need to overspend. Other departments, you can't just.
Right. Just because it's so unpredictable from year to year.
Right.
Yeah.
Any more questions for DPW? Thoughts, observations? Heated roads? Anybody want to do heated roads?
A clarifying question, I guess. So is the reason why you wouldn't, like you mentioned, the tree removal and trimming is like behind schedule, I guess you could say. Is the reason why you don't, hire a tree service because you just don't have the budget for it? So it's just done internally?
yes, and so it's more expensive to hire a tree service. We're actually doing that. Next week, we're going to have a tree service in for like 3 days, spend $25,000 to try to take down a whole bunch of trees. We have a whole bunch of dead ash trees. So we're just way too far behind, and they're going to come down.
Okay.
And that'll be overtime anyway.
Yeah.
And, most of the hours of, when trees fall are not on working hours. Working hours are only small.
Exclusively
percentage of the week.
holidays, nights, and weekends.
Exactly. So when a tree comes down we have to respond, it's usually an overtime. So the cost of not doing it is piling up. So we're actually speaking of regionalization, we're part of a regional purchasing group. So Southeast Regional Services Group, and we purchase and bid out a lot of our services, paving, line striping, things like that, including some tree work. So we're using a bid we have with this regional group to get in here and try to get ahead and try to get some of these ash trees down. So we're concentrating on a few different streets to try to get there. But in general, we can't afford that.
Yeah.
We don't have, it's money we don't really have,
Yeah.
but we really don't have an option because we're so far behind.
Okay, that makes sense.
I just want to call out a couple things. One, I think you entirely underserved yourself in terms of credit that you and your team get for the amount of grants that we get. I believe I mentioned it previously, but it warrants being mentioned again. So what will happen is, and this goes for all of you folks who do all the grant work, we know that grant writers, but Dave will participate, and I think it's the Old Colony something, right?
The Planning Council, yep.
Thank you so much for filling in. And if you look at allocations and you looked at it by community, I think it's safe to say Easton over indexes. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I think that's still true.
So
When I worked for Old Colony Planning Council, I asked about a particular project, and they said, Easton can't get all the money.
Yeah.
And they said,
Watch this.
Easton knocks it out of the park on the grants.
So
why not?
to be clear, so Old Colony Planning Council is another regional entity that administers regional TIP, the traffic improvement projects. Is that right?
Yes, yeah.
And
The
those are
MPO.
funded with state and federal dollars, and local communities have folks who go and participate and compete through designing some stuff in advance, which we're able to do because we have engineers on staff, so we could do some things in-house and position ourselves to be competitive and go in and be as ready as can be and shovel ready to grab those state and federal dollars to do things like Depot Street, signalize Washington and Elm, future project on Foundry, and those are huge. Those are, I mean, like Depot Street was 10 million.
Yeah, 12 when you
12, okay.
all said and done. Yeah.
Okay, 12, but we get 750,000 a year through Chapter 90. So our recurring roadway funds from the state, 750,000 a year. By having public engineers on staff, folks who are good at grant writing and strategic planning, you bring one project like that in per decade, and you're adding more than $1 million in repair to the infrastructure network. So it's invaluable. And
that's a
I
good
appreciate
point.
you giving Dave the layup because he wouldn't do it.
Yeah, and that's a good point, but that also goes to the whole town in general, because the grants, the MPO funding we're getting is great, but we have to have the design done to be eligible for that, and we also have great staff here that's getting us MassWorks grants for design. So if right now we're designing Foundry Street between Robert Drive and Depot Street, and that's going to be a $16 million project in today's dollars with 3 bridges that need to be replaced, culverts that are bridges. And it's going to cost a lot of money. So we're trying to get this paid for by state and federal funds. We're on our second MassWorks grant, plus mitigation money from previous developments. I think we're at 1.5 million in design funds that we've gotten already to get this design progressed to get us awarded this money through the tip.
Perfect.
So if we didn't have that, we didn't have our planning department, our town administrator doing this, we wouldn't have any way to fund this design other than take it out of our road paving money and then not pave roads for a couple of years. So it's a really great team effort and collaboration to get all this done.
Sure.
And if I could, that
Please.
ties back to May town meeting, right? We're here because of May town meeting, but we passed MBTA zoning at May town meeting, and that was one of those points that was so important and sometimes feels a few steps removed. We roll state planning and housing grants that you can only continue getting if you're an MBTA community zoning community to fund the design and then take that design that we try to pay for with as few local tax dollars as we can. And often if we have a development, something like, Sawmill happen in an area where we invested sewer, there's mitigation, attributable to that, we put that there too. And then we go to these regional entities to grab state and federal dollars to end up doing these large projects that we just would never be able to do with our local capacity.
The other thing, and this is a plug, and I already said this to the team, but I just want to bring it full circle. Dave does do an incredible presentation on roadway health. And the reason why I bring it up is it comes back to free cash. So if operating budgets become so tight that free cash gets minimized and we continue to fall behind under investing in roadway repairs, I urge you to see his presentation and you look at all the secondary roads that don't get touched. I would urge you to do that. That directly impacts residents' value and the perception of how people come to their home and their neighborhood, of what they perceive by how those streets are performing. Seems like a very minor thing. I drive on my road every day. But if that road becomes filled with potholes, then it's going to be very difficult for people to come to my home and feel like they would want to purchase it after I want to leave. And so we're not there. I'm not saying we are, but I am telling you that the takeaway is we are getting closer to that and further away from our ability to maintain our roads to the level of standard that we want to. And it's kind of like fixing your roof. Nobody really gets a lot of credit for that, right? Like, nobody really says, wow, it pulls up, what a great roof. But if we don't start figuring out ways to solve the capital problem that we have.
I like a nice roof.
I say that all the time. I don't know
Right?
what you're talking about.
Then we're going to have an issue. And so where I'm going with it is the committee here very much appropriately focuses on the operating aspects of this challenge that we face. I'm imploring you to understand there's a capital problem as well, that they go hand in hand. They're not that far removed from each other. Perfect. That's all I had. Awesome.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank
Thank you
you.
all. You did a great job.
Yeah, thank you all so much.
Brian. that's all I
Can we
can
let
say.
them go?
Yes, we should let them
Thank you.
Every time.
Now,
Come
we
and see
are
ya.
going to talk about PACE committee materials for presentation if you want to stay and enjoy.
Or we could watch the end of the Celtics game. I don't know.
There, one or the other. Yep, thank you all.
Thank you all.
very much.
9:49.
What's the Farmer's Almanac say this year for snow?
Talk fast.
What are we at?
We have one more item. First of all, any general commentary or digest, and I'll put the next meeting to be a opportunity to recap for tonight as well. Is that fair?
I just want to say how lucky we are. I mean, you know, spending time with them, how can you not love all, like, and how they work together, so complimentary. We're just so lucky to have such a great team. Then they've been here for a long time, so that really helps with not a lot of turnover, so.
Good call.
Great.
Good call. They clearly work so well together. Next up is just, we sent around 2 pieces of potential literature. One is a business card. One is a 1-pager, front and back. Whichever one you liked better is the one I did. The other one is what Nancy did. But just wanted to get your feedback. Like, look, these are the materials we would anticipate having out at the table for when a special town meeting happens. Did we hit all the hard ones? Again, there was I think Nancy, you can probably speak better than I can, but there are some incredibly consistent themes.
Yes, and I also so appreciate everything the committee put forward. I'm sure that you see many of your sentences in here. I was able to draw on so many. What didn't end up in there will be instrumental for the larger presentation and white paper. So, you know, it's not that it wasn't good, it's just we tried to, this is high level, to have a 1-pager for folks, but it was pretty easy to do with what everybody offered.
I thought you did an amazing job at distilling that down into very digestible, you know, easy to understand, no jargon. You did a really great job.
Thank you, and Tom gave some great edits, and Connor's also had a chance to incorporate some comments that I do have another draft with all of those incorporated. So it's just getting better and better all the time, which is wonderful.
Anybody who doesn't like it?
Yeah, is there anything that you're like, wow, I don't think that's important to be there, that's not saying the right thing?
I wouldn't say I don't like it
Nice.
at all, but I have comments.
Thank you.
Sure.
I think the content is really strong. I think it's summarizing things really well. I wonder if the format of it might be, I don't know, more digestible. I just try to think of, I'm someone who sort of cares but doesn't really care. This needs to grab my attention because I need to care. So I'm just trying to look at it with that lens, not someone who's like has chosen to be on this committee and really cares because I read it and I'm like, this is great. But if I try to think, you know, this needs to grab my attention, I just wonder if I think the content's perfect. I just wonder, instead of like reading through paragraphs, if there's more, I don't know, like infographic, bullet points, something that maybe it's just like the top half of the first page there could be just some things that kind of grab my attention, and then I'm interested, so I want to read those 2 or 3 paragraphs underneath.
I like it. Could I ask you to maybe take the next 2 days and come up with a recommendation?
Why we let you go first. There it is.
Yes, you can ask. No.
Right? Nice.
Yes.
I mean, it is a 1-pager.
Yeah.
It's on 2 pages.
You have limited real estate to do.
Yeah.
You get one, page to.
Yeah. But do you mind? Like, obviously,
don't mind.
I love the way you approached it, and I think that that's clearly what we're also trying to do as well. If you could come up with a couple ideas, just shoot them our way.
I will. I just don't know if I can do it in 2 days.
How
but
about
I will try.
how about what do we usually give them? Monday?
By Monday?
How about by
No
Monday?
problem.
No problem. Love it. All right. So by Monday, and if you come back and you're like, no, look, it's okay, that's fine. Your point is still valid. I mean, we also went back and forth, like, how do we make the sections call out?
Well, this is the hardest part.
What's the language,
hardest part is the
right?
content, and then from there you can kind of just move things around and see what might work. So,
cool. So how about if everybody could get us back? I think that's still enough time, right?
We need a final document Tuesday for printing.
Oh,
okay.
How
So
about-
Sunday.
How about Saturday?
Saturday would be great. I'm glad you recommended it. So
By
if
the
we
end
could
of
have feedback from everybody by Saturday,
11:59.
Nancy and I will be committed to incorporating that feedback as best we can.
Delivered in person.
It seems like everybody, though, is legit about the content and the commentary that it has. So as long as we stick true to that, we're keeping everybody along with us, and you all can sign off on it.
How about tone? Is it
I-
enough level of seriousness without being so scary? Is it the right tone?
The thing I struggled with is that I love the conversational nature of the first one, which is one of my big feedback points, is that I think the term structural revenue deficit makes people go.
It's not in here. Did you
I know, I noticed. I
Yeah.
love it. I'm so proud of you guys for listening to.
Well done, Nancy.
This is how you
Well done,
know I
Nancy.
didn't write it.
Yeah, I know. You do a great job at everything else, though. But I love the conversational nature, and then I thought the struggle I have is that the conversational nature is obviously lost in the fact that you have a card because you have to get it punchier and smaller and quicker. I honestly far preferred the fact, like the pamphlet size, because it was like, it's conversational. It's, what is this? What's the challenge? And I love the paragraph where it's, do we spend too much? Right? It's like, actually, no, crazily enough.
And we're actually going to use this graphic now, the one that.
So actually, I was just going to suggest what we could do is trim the card down quite a bit and make it a QR code that goes to this.
Okay.
That
Yeah,
goes to a
that's a good
digital
idea.
version of the PDF.
And just
of
take
the
something
one-pager.
punchier that's like a, I love the things seem good in town, what's the challenge? That as a punchier statement combined with something as a takeaway, like, theoretically, who cares about that? But like this with that punchy statement and a QR code.
I loved that. Someone said, I think it was you. You were like, yeah, I did.
Yeah, it was me. Yeah, I sure did.
That's me. One of my many hats.
It was like, I don't know. I just remember it was like, can we sustain it? Something, can we sustain
We
it?
do more with less.
Yeah,
Can
we do
sustain
more
it?
with less.
Yeah.
Can we sustain it? And I really liked that.
Yeah.
Like I agree, because I was thinking the same thing that you were when I was looking at the one pager. I was like, what's going to get people to read it? Because people because of Instagram and all of that stuff that we're flooded with, nobody's
It needs to take
reading that.
2 seconds.
I think you'll get many people to pay attention to it until they see what they're going to lose.
Yeah.
True. Could be.
It's like the human aspect of it. Like, what are you going to gain?
Yeah, I think it could be a little more intense on.
Well, but
that.
we're not as a committee at the place where we're putting numbers on that.
Yeah,
right?
true. True.
So.
Or yeah.
We're still
Yeah,
introducing
that's a good point.
them to it.
But I think I like that idea. But we like even on like, oh, things seem good in town, and instead of what's the challenge? Like, can we sustain it?
Yeah, asking
Yeah.
can we sustain it? I think
It puts a little bit of the
it's
venom.
a hint
Yeah.
without saying,
Well, it's
We
what
have
we're
this.
charged with, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Like, it's really what we're,
Scare
like, the
everybody.
whole committee is charged with, like,
Right?
can we
That's
do
it?
this?
Doesn't it say that in here?
Does not.
Yeah.
No.
Well, and you not having the liberty to look at a few of the really great edits that Connor added too, which let me see if I can just find, because you did sort of allude to that, and we added that in here. The budget gap has been a growing issue for several years, although Easton has managed to balance the budget while making sacrifices. The next fiscal year brings a greater deficit and will force Easton to make cuts that will negatively impact education and public service levels
There you go.
in our community.
There's your punchy
So
sentence.
there's a few things that really, bold that, you
Underline.
like that? Yeah.
Put that on
great-
there.
That's a great
right?
suggestion.
That's actually, yeah.
You want people to actually pay attention to, and even if they're scanning it, they'll see the bolded items first and they'll read those.
I just want to read a comment from Denise, unless Denise wants to unmute, but she said regarding the info sheet, could we grab with a charts? Think we need to have catch points or bullet points because it has quite a bit of information.
Yeah.
For someone that isn't heavily invested to read, so she's supporting what's being said.
Well,
Yeah.
anyone interested in helping me before Saturday,
Nope.
just shoot me a note.
Have at it.
I have complete faith in you, is what I'm hearing from the team.
I feel like you have comments.
So the
don't-
we do more with
know,
less.
yeah.
Can we sustain it? Is that like a business card thing? Like we're gonna hook
I
them on the
think
business
so.
card?
I
Okay.
think so, because it's
I think it should
Things
be
seem-
a tagline. Like,
things
it's a
seem good in
tagline.
town, which directs people to the point that why do I care? Why am I picking up this piece? Why am I throwing this away instead of you throwing this away? Right? Which is effectively what happens when you hand someone something sometimes. Things seem good in town, but is it sustainable? Right? As a punchy lead in on that single card, throw a QR code on there that drags people's full attention back to the bigger one pager. But then I think the vast majority of the one pager it's conversational and not sort of overbearing, which is exactly what you want for this. And you're going to be talking about it at town meeting.
Tom, I'm obscuring your view. Jim had his hand up.
Oh, sorry, Jim.
I know I was not at the last meeting, so credit to everyone. I think it's a good document. My concern is only really with actually the last question or second to last question, do we simply spend too much? I admittedly don't have a great solution to rephrase, but I do feel like you're setting yourself up for
Someone
an
to agree with
emotional
it?
reaction /
Yes.
reaction from people who have a different opinion. And I think
Like you're
to
putting
me,
the idea in their head?
Maybe
you
more
mean,
neutrally,
or-
no, I just
how
like,
do we-
some people would say, yeah, you do.
Yeah,
and
you
that's
do.
my
Cut it out.
emotional reaction to taxes, not so much. The math is great, but like sometimes I read these numbers and like we spend 16% less per capita, I'd be like, good. Yeah, like that's how someone could genuinely react. It's not like Mansfield pays more taxes, so you should. I'm like, I don't want to.
But can't that be true with saying it's not an overspend, right? You can state based on the criteria you're seeing that it doesn't look like it's overspending and still have a response of so good, right? I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think his point though is that is tell me if this is where you're going, right? That question makes it seem like you're asking a question that could have a positive answer that's not the positive answer you're looking for, right? Which is effectively like, oh yeah, you guys, you don't spend too much. Congratulations, we love that. Don't spend any more.
I think the point that Nancy mentioned that's going to be added is like what we're going to lose as a result of that spending. Right?
I don't
But
think
maybe,
we know what that is going to be.
Are you suggesting like maybe just a more neutral title to that section? I think we initially had something that says, how do we compare to our peers or something like that? Is that what you mean, Jim? Said something more neutral that doesn't go right into this sort of controversial question?
My reaction to it was, and I've said this in other meetings, is that it's leading me to, or it feels like I'm trying to be led towards an operational override. And I'm coming at this from a resident who is not in the bubble of town government day to day. And that was my reaction, but I could be alone on that. But certain phrases, and I get it, we're on the inside, there are not an operational override isn't necessarily bad, but it seems historically Easton is a town that is more against them.
But is it a bad thing that it evoked that reaction in you? Because then doesn't that mean you might actually want to get engaged and have that hard conversation?
If that's the goal.
Well, I think the goal of this is because the ending point, and we probably should have led with this, is we've done a million hours of public meetings, but we've all acknowledged mutually like this is not a conducive format for people to engage. And so we have this, the point of this, and maybe it's not the bottom, is to say, come to an open house with us. That's going to be at the Queesit House right after the holidays. So I'm not saying be provocative. On the flip side, having gone through some of these projects, whether it's the school building or public buildings, when we are too, and I'm really bad about this, technocratic in our language, then no one even reads it.
Yeah.
And so I'll speak just for myself. I'm perfectly okay with someone reading that and saying, well, I don't agree, and I want to come tell you I don't agree.
Come yell at
That's
me.
fine. We want to bring folks in.
It could potentially, maybe I'm reading it wrong, it could come off that PACE has kind of already made a decision that an operational override is necessary and or in our future and then it all starts to seem like an elaborate plan is how I would take it, that the town government has this plan or an incentive to try to pass an override, and I'm going to show up in May of 2025 and have to vote on this thing.
But isn't that this committee's job, come up with a plan? Whether it's an override or just being eyes open of like, okay, we don't want that, there's a cost, right?
No, I agree. What I'm saying is it feels more top down that, hey, the town's pushing this type thing rather than we have a problem, we need solutions and input from the community.
Is there a different way you'd phrase that question? I know you said like you don't have an approach. I'm trying to think like if it is leading the witness.
Right, but I mean, I want the committee to tell me maybe I'm wrong.
No,
That's just how I interpret it.
I think if you're interpreting that, other people are going to interpret
well,
that
100%,
as well.
there will be people who do.
And then I think your point of what you had it before, maybe just like
was that more neutral?
Community comparison.
How do we compare to our peers?
Yeah, I mean, because that could be a question that people have. How do we compare?
Yeah, there might be some pride in Easton. Pride,
Yeah.
people that are like, it goes back. What's the other phrase? It goes back to the other phrase of like, what is it? Things seem good in town, right? We're asking them to compare and contrast the fact that things seem good in town today, and the fact that we're heading for this fiscal cliff, solution unknown, right? That we're coming up against and we see real challenges in. things cannot maintain at the current level they are at if these challenges are not addressed. That's not a threat. That's not saying we're gonna fall off this cliff. That's saying, hey, we have to look at this constructively. But if you expect things to stay the same without any changes on a revenue side or whatever it might be, maybe it is an override, maybe it's a revenue project, whatever that ends up being. If we're hitting our savings accounts and our rainy day fund now, like we haven't over the past several decades, then this is something we have to look at critically. How do we look at it critically in comparison to the towns that don't have the same problem?
They're not going to self-educate by reading one thing. I would rather see someone get a little concerned, irritated almost, and call me and say, "You're a member of this committee. What
is going on?
What is the deal?"
I also want them to call you.
I'm thinking if the purpose of this is to get people to come to a meeting.
Yeah,
great.
There's too much
if it's
information.
sunshine
like
and
shit.
roses and beige and just mono,
Right, but it
Zillow
should the
beige.
question be, are we spending too, do we need
Yeah,
to,
I
do we
like
need to
that
look at
question. I want someone to come in
spending
and
or
say, "Yeah,
revenues?
you are,"
Come to this
you know,
meeting so we can talk
me
about it
wrong.
and get your input, and don't put any charts, don't put any comment on how we're doing in either one. Just say, we're looking at spending and we're looking at revenues. Come talk about it.
Ooh,
I think that's what
so
we're
I
missing
like
here,
that
though,
idea.
too, 'cause we
Bullets of,
talk
like,
about costs, but we
this is
don't
the
talk
problem.
about revenue. It's like, do we spend too much? So that's like what we're spending, but we don't that's like the lead-in, right? Why it's happening, like.
There's revenue in here.
But it's not. But it's not in the highlight. Like it's not in this. Like it's not in the top sentence. Like is it a cost or is it a revenue? I feel like that should be almost like the question.
Yeah, and then don't answer it.
Don't answer it, yeah.
Is it a
All that
cost or a
language, and then you
revenue?
can have more room for infographics.
Put that on the card.
So I would put that.
3 bullets.
The only thing I would say is I would put that on the card.
Yeah, I think that's the card.
I would have this as additional information for people to self-educate if they want. And I'm absolutely in Chris's camp. And Jim, I'm with you. I'm just on the opposite side of being excited about where you're coming at it from, because I want you to tell every person who feels like this isn't transparent, this isn't communicative, that we are on public TV, that we are working hard to create information, and we want you to come and ask those difficult questions. Because we want you to understand when we sat with the police department for 5 hours, what the real world consequences will be on your options. Can be revenue, can be expenses. But to Chris's point, people will have a hard time engaging until it becomes real. And if somebody gets frustrated by the way it is, then I'm psyched to have them. There is no bad conversation I will ever have about this topic. It will only be an opportunity to educate and to help people be as informed as possible, to come to town meeting as residents and make a decision. And whatever they pick, I respect that. I get that. But I would rather get 250 people at Queesit House who are like, this is a big scam and a setup, so we can be like, I am so glad you're here. Chris, go lock the door, because we're not letting them out.
We got 5 hours.
We're going to walk you through all of the key points, because we think you're rational people just like we are, and if you have the information, more likely than not, you're going to see.
I want to be challenged.
What we are. I want to too.
That's the beige routine.
Yeah,
is just
and
gonna
preferably not at
fire.
town meeting when
night
it's
of.
difficult.
Yeah, the night of town meeting.
Then I think it needs to be, do you think the town spends too much? Do you think the town
Yeah,
spends
make
too
that the
little?
card.
Do you think your programs, do you have adequate services?
Yeah.
Come to this meeting and talk about it.
Things seem good in town. Is it sustainable? Do you think we spend too much? Prove us wrong. Here's the date. Here's the time.
On the card.
On the card. Okay. This, I think, is, like I said, I think the conversational tone of people that are willing to do the extra homework and read more. Fantastic. We've got it. Right. You might be able to turn some eyes. You might be able to warm some people up to it and have the conversation of them being like, I'm going to go because this seems like it's important. But then the people that are going to be like, yeah, we do spend too much. This is nonsense.
The thing is, though, there's a certain amount of people that it doesn't matter what way you dress this up, make it pretty, make it interesting, bring the police chief to their house for dinner.
Right.
They're just not gonna be interested. Then there's people that are, and believe it or not, we hear from a lot of people that are like, raise my taxes. I want a new senior center. We have a group of people right now that are like really like championing, I know it's going to be more money. We want to pay for it. So we've got those extremes. We need the people in the middle that are really interested in learning. I don't think we should design everything to the extreme edges. I think we should look for the people that are genuinely interested, because I think that's something I've learned over the years in my work world is in sales, you don't get the people on the ends. You're looking for the people in the wedge, right?
Mhm. So simple, catchy card, and largely we'll take Jocelyn's recommendations for how to clean up and do digestible format on the one pager. We get those printed. We have those at the table. We all have them as well. We can hand out to people that we know, which is great.
I just recommend we get the newest version out before Jocelyn works on that.
Sounds good. You can share it with Jocelyn and share it with the team.
Would you like me to share it with everyone so you have that? I just have to figure out how to
latest
get
edit to work from.
CROs things off.
If the team has feedback, send it back to Nancy and I by Saturday. Whatever we get, Jocelyn, we'll be in touch real quick to let you know. If there's anything seismic, we'll give you a heads up, but I don't think that would happen.
Okay.
We'll get a new business card, streamlined, bullet points, QR code. Great idea. Can Sean help us with the QR code?
Yeah, we can make QR codes.
Sweet.
And
our IT liaison can take care of that for you.
Who wants to work the table?
Well, I was just going to say that we have parent-teacher conferences next week, and I can keep these out at parent-teacher conferences.
Ooh, that's
when people
nice.
are coming
That's
in and
excellent.
out. So I can just give it to everybody in the English department, and we can.
Sure. Could you check in with the schools to make sure we're not violating
Absolutely.
someone written code of sharing town information and blah, blah, blah? Don't think we are, but I always want to knock on wood to make sure we don't cross the line. Because then what you might have
We
to...
asked Leisha last week or 2 weeks ago.
Dr. Cabral is still on that.
Chair Broussard?
Yes.
We can have a table at every school with informational documentation if that is something that the committee is interested in. As long as it's just informational and telling about a meeting.
Sure.
Something like that. We can have it at all 4 schools for parent conference night as people are coming in and leaving. And I don't know, I would invite members if they would like to be at a table to just kind of flag people down and hand out things as they're going by. FYI, here's some information for you. I don't know that I would
do a sign-up sheet.
Yeah. Could we do that? Like maybe 2 people to each school?
Yeah. Because like I would love to sit at the table before town meeting, but I'll be in pre-town meeting and then finance committee, so I can't sit at the table, but I can do it at parent-teacher conferences probably.
Right.
Carve a couple hours out.
Does that sound good?
Yeah, I personally will not be, because I have to conference with.
You have to actually
You actually have to
I
do,
5
yeah,
minutes
you have to actually.
conferences for
Yeah.
100 and something
I'm looking
parents.
forward to
So,
mine. Speed conferencing.
I'm sorry.
So, but they're different.
Which days of a week are we
So
talking?
the
'Cause
high school,
next week.
the high school's Thursday. I think elementary schools are.
They're the same.
They're the same time.
They're all on the same day this year.
Oh, okay, perfect. So
So,
Thursday and Friday.
so just to be clear, I do not have confidence we can have these printed by then. If I'm getting a digital file Tuesday morning, we can try. I just don't want to. I don't want everyone here to like be working on it, scrambling for the weekend. I love the idea and the enthusiasm. I just know that for Tom and Nancy, this was targeted at the town meeting. Are there more opportunities after the town meeting between that and January 8, where we're trying to invite people?
Connor, I know.
Sorry.
Pick stuff up.
So what I would ask, if you could let us know, Connor, how long printing takes. And at the very least, let's plan on having tables. And if we needed to, we could print same day placards that have information about PACE.
Okay.
That we could at least stand there and say, hey, everybody, don't forget about PACE. And if I had to, I think we can same day print some things about the Queeset House.
Yes, that's fine. And to be clear, we could print a one-pager. I mean, it's going to be on the cheapest paper we could procure. But
Which
we
proves
don't-
our-
we
our
won't-
whole paper budget.
we
I
mean,
won't
come on,
have,
that's our revenue
um,
deficit
we
right there.
won't have,
And Connor, just going back to the building project for the schools.
Sorry, Alicia, this is a...
Oh, sorry, just going back to the building projects for the schools, one of the, I know we don't actually have a budget for this committee, but one of the more successful communication tools was a postcard mailer that we did to residents, or tax bills, having an insert, something like that. I don't know if anything like that is coming up too, not just schools, because again, schools is just a swath of the residency. So even some kind of a mailer, or something of that nature.
So I'm not sure on the tax bill piece, but as far as the mailer, I agree, those were very effective. I think, and not to be the wet blanket here, I assume, although the committee has talked about, we're going to have more than just this one open house.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So I think as we work through the winter and into the spring and start coming towards options and solutions, I think that maybe a townwide mailing and a bigger open house could work too. I'm just trying to be realistic, because between now
that makes sense
and the open house, we have to consolidate all that feedback, and by we I mean you and Nancy, get a digital file, print, try to do the parent-teacher conferences, do the town meeting. I believe you two have to speak at town meeting.
Is everybody okay with that? Nancy and I talked. We feel comfortable about that. Is that great?
Did you think we were going to volunteer to take over?
No, but I am thinking about your finance committee emergency fund for the mailer funding.
Take it.
So before I forget.
Have at it.
Another thing we could do is we could make a little something to put on ECAT that references to people, just a very brief, this is PASE, this is what we're doing, come to this event, kind of a thing. So they can put that on between their programming, like an advertisement.
So I think we.
And I just have a question of clarification. At what point, or is there a point? I'm thinking that the community there's an expectation that this committee will be at some point synthesizing a lot of the information that has been presented over the amount of time that we have spent together. And I'm wondering, is it too soon for that? Or at what point does that happen where there is some sort of determination or recommendation that people do either challenge or support, as opposed to let's have a conversation? Because I'm not sure how we would replicate all of the information that has been presented. There has to be some point where we boil things down or come to some conclusions so that people can challenge or support them. I'm not sure when that happens, or if that is the actual charge of the committee.
I think that's great, Dr. Cabral. To me, I think the timing is we get through the 12-16 assignment of, or goal and objective of the committee of level state. After 12-16 is the ideation on the recommendation of the solution that we would have probably 2 months to essentially hash out, discuss, align on, and then package, for consumption by the public in preparation for the May 25 meeting.
So just to pull,
March, I think it's due.
Pull it back to the committee charge. The draft report of recommendations is suggested by March 31st, 2025.
Right.
So we have December 16th is when the longer, more detailed version of this one-pager, double-sided, is produced, and the committee will hopefully vote to accept it. That will then be available when we have the January 8th open house. It'll be available, I presume, perhaps in advance of that. People can challenge it, engage in it. We don't have a schedule yet, but then that gives 3 months max.
Yeah.
Which overlaps our budget process as well.
Do you think it makes sense to ask ECAT to take tonight's meeting and carve up, crop out the different presentations separately and run those on social media separately, versus no one's going to watch a whole? But if we say, hear it from the police chief or hear it from the fire chief, and break them down like that, people might watch their half-hour presentation.
Every resident in this town is concerned with one issue or another, whether it's school, police, fire, DPW. So I think it's a great idea that they can pick and choose, pick your poison as far as what they want to watch.
And videos for the school tours are really, really well viewed.
And we'll have to look at which one we would want to carve out of the schools, their little piece as well.
So, technical answer, yes. Practical answer, we'll do our best. There's a lot here, but yeah, I think ideally we want to do like we did with the building projects and carve out, here's the chief presentation and then committee Q&A, here's the director, committee Q&A. We'll do the best we can.
I'll have this latest version out to everyone tomorrow afternoon.
Better than working with a retired teacher.
I'm going into the schools tomorrow to sub, otherwise I'd be doing it tomorrow morning. But
So is everybody good?
Yes, sir.
Definitely check out the 2017 operational audit. I completely forgot about that. Should have probably raised it earlier. A lot of the same conversational points bring up, and it also prompts some ideas for you to consider too.
Tom, just for everyone, like, pencil it in on your calendar, Wednesday, January 8th, 6 p.m. That's what we're targeting for the open house at Queesit. We've already confirmed with the library we can make that happen. We obviously have to figure out what that looks like. We have some time.
We have some time.
Okay. And then just as a reminder, I think, Tom and Nancy are doing, I think, 2 to 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes at town meeting.
Right, 3 to 5, not 35, Nancy. You have to cut it short.
And I think, correct, just for edification here, because there's differing perspectives on like how direct or conclusory. The real goal there is to say, hey, remember that town meeting 6 months ago? We all exist. We've been working really late many nights. Really good diverse group from all sorts of different backgrounds in town. We have all of our stuff public. Tonight's not the night, but we want to let you know we're here. There's info. Please get engaged. We have an open house in January. Have a great town meeting.
Right.
Exactly.
Oh, you're at the top of the meeting.
We're thinking, with the fireworks, when they launch the fireworks, then we come on right afterwards.
And we'll see everybody on November 18th. Get there early, 7 o'clock, get a seat.
Exactly.
We'll know.
Where is it? I've never been to a town meeting.
It is.
All right, Jocelyn, you're in for a treat.
It's at
Oliver Ames.
Jocelyn, you should sit in the front row.
Standing room only.
No, it's Oliver Ames High School auditorium,
like the auditorium,
7 o'clock.
Sell the hot dogs real quick.
So I will take a motion to adjourn.
I did.
That was super quick. I'll go with Helen and Millet. All those in favor starting around this table. Dottie?
Yes.
Tom Broussard's yes.
Nancy Donahue, yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
That's a majority by Dr. Cabral and Denise.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you both for joining remote. I know it's not the easiest, but I really appreciate your efforts. And everybody, thank you.
Thank you.
ECAT, we're out.